L0 of oaf bricked was first.
Loaf of bread. Easy first. Okay. Live. Internet. My internet. I think my internet's fine. Yo, what up, Eudori? What up, Yatlin? We open this. Open this. Man, that, not expecting a stream tonight. I mean, there was a possibility that I just didn't, but I turned off my alarm and I said if I sleep way through stream time, which was a possibility. I could have slept for 12 hours after what we did. I said if I slept way through stream time, then I'm not streaming. But I woke up and I was like, no, I can get food and I can do a late stream start and I can stream and it's all right. So I decided that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a nice late stream. I don't really see any reason it should be a short stream. In fact, I have commentary at 9 a.m. So if we streamed even later than usual, I can just stay up till 9 a.m., 9 a.m. to noon, do the commentary, then sleep after that. So, and my sleep schedule will just be all sorts of messed up. But like, it'll work. Perfect plan. Just be the most messed up sleep schedule you ever saw. YouTube did the upcoming live with correct title and the one up with the last night title. All right, let me go fix it. It's probably because I had to restart the stream last time, maybe? Live. Yep, I see the upcoming. Delete forever. And then this one. Save. All right. Should be good now. That Archipelago was epic. It was so good. But also so long. But I mean, that was kind of the fun of it. I was expecting it to be long. And it was. Can you sleep? Oh, I got so much sleep. Overslept. I slept from whenever we ended until after 8 p.m. And stream again tomorrow night when you wake up. Exactly. Now, fixing my sleep schedule after this is going to be difficult, but... at least for these two events, back to back where I needed to be up early, kind of works out. Wait, what? That's not how you're supposed to do that. I've never seen him do that before when I correctly turn around dead angle him. Infinity Archipelago finished. Was a huge majority of the archipelago. Very fun. Very fun, yeah. I'm quite glad that basically the only person to be BK'd for a long period of time was me. Because I have seen other people get BK'd for hours and lose the will to go on and say, guys, can we just call it? Can we just stop? Can we just... We'll just finish... We'll just start again another day. Let's just pick different games next time. Let's just not do this again. So, I'm glad that I got BK'd so I could just be like, let's make a bit out of it. What can I do in the meantime? Let me do some unfair flips. Let me go take a nap. Aye. Assless chats. He stole the asses from all of the chat. No. Let me play a game within a game that definitely totally exists and is real. I streamed at strange time yesterday. Did I sleep? Yeah. Slept good. Slept a lot. What was the major roadblock during the archipelago to make it so long? Just everyone being slow at their games, because it was everyone's first playthrough. Like, to just go down the list. I was just hard locked. I couldn't do anything without other people finding their items, so I couldn't finish. Parky was playing Donkey Kong 64, which is just a gigantic game and confusing, hard to, you know, navigate as a first-time player, infinite number of collectibles. Aggie was playing... What was Aggie playing? I always got confused with what Aggie was playing for some reason. Oh, yeah. Aggie was playing Banjo-Tooie, right, which is like a large, bloated, version of Banjo-Kazooie, but it's Banjo-Kazooie, but, like, way bigger. So, like, he just had a ton of stuff to do, and it's just kind of a slow game. He also eventually ran out of stuff to do. Chris had Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, which maybe isn't that bad if you kind of know what you're doing, but he was, like, constantly, you know, falling off cliffs and stuff, because, yes, the controls in that game are weird and jank. Domo was playing Minecraft, and my first playthrough Minecraft, what was he thinking? But, like, I mean, it ended up fun. It's just, like, holy, there's so much in that game and so much to do in that game, and, like, if you don't even know how to craft things, and he, like, didn't want any help from anyone. So it's just, it's a really long first playthrough. It's the type of thing that you go, like, I'm gonna marathon my first playthrough of Minecraft, you know, and you beat the Ender Dragon after, like, 40 hours. So the fact that he even beat the Ender Dragon in, like, 20 hours is still, like, impressive. It's just, like, it's Minecraft, you know? Like, what the heck? And then Josh on Kingdom Hearts, that's just a slow game. Parky's done it in Archipelagos Goes before. It's just a really slow game where you have to sit through, like, really long cutscenes, and you don't get, like, any saved progress for, like, half an hour at a time. So if everyone keeps dying in less than half an hour, he just couldn't make any progress. So it's just, you know, it's just everyone was kind of locked of, like, kind of slow games. I was the only one who had, like, a quick game, like a game that you just kind of load up, go fight a thing, grab an item, go fight a thing, grab an item, and I was just stuck because everyone else, you know, had slower games. So that's just how it is. Sleep and waking up this morning, you guys still going? Was an insane experience. Can only imagine how you guys felt at the 19-hour mark. Yeah, it was fun. And then play coin flip. Yep. Blasphemous looked hard. It was a pretty hard game, but I mean, aside from the one secret optional phase of a boss that I looked at chat and they said, if you swapped out your heart, you wouldn't have to do this super extra optional hard phase. And I was like, nope, I'm keeping it. Outside of that, it mostly wasn't, like, too bad on the boss fights. Seeing the deaths in Sonic Adventure 2 firsthand was comedy gold. Dang. Yo, streams and videos have been informal, entertaining, and nice. Keep up the good work. Yo, thank you. I mean, I haven't done a lot of videos recently, but I do have one in the works. I sent one over to my editor. He said he's been working on the intro, so we get a new video soon. Yeah. Thank you for the kind words. It's a fantastic fight, by the way. Great to see. It was a lot of fun. I couldn't figure out the, like, openings. It felt like there was a little too little openings, but it was like all right. It was like I could just take chip shots every now and then and eventually get it down. You always say there's going to be a video soon? What? No, I don't. I usually say there's not going to be a video soon, and that's a problem. And I'm trying to work on getting a video soon, but it's not happening. That's what I usually say. I mean, I guess soon is, I don't actually know when, but like, soon-ish. Have confirmation is being worked on. Nice. There's a bit about patience, that's why sword upgrades are necessary. Yeah, by the end I had like all the sword upgrades, so I think it went just fine. Shadow level Skyrail moment was hilarious. I have not seen it. Let's be back after yesterday's slow descent into insanity. Heck yeah. I mean, for me it was kind of a fast descent because I was just sitting there like the whole time. We just stayed insane the whole time. Oh. Honestly, that wouldn't be like the worst Ishin, but... What's the whole thing? Was up for the whole thing? So felt some camaraderie. You were up for the whole thing? You stayed awake for 20 hours with us? Dang. Did everyone finish or someone release their items? Also, final rating on Blasphemous. Everyone did finish. I mean, I don't know that I can give a final rating on Blasphemous because it's, like... The way I experienced it was so abnormal. But in general, I would say the combat was good and fun, and I liked the mechanics and the options that you had. Even the mana system I liked quite a bit. I do kind of feel like the mana regen was a little slow, but it was fine. Fixable with build stuff, but that's maybe slightly spoilery. I liked the death punishments. Was a cool way to do a Souls-ish death punishment that felt unique, and I was like, oh, okay, this is cool. I would say the bosses in general I liked, but sometimes felt like a little like the hitboxes would be a bit strange, or I could think would be able to parry something, but I couldn't. I felt like the parry maybe could have been a little more universal, or I'd parry and I'd slide way too far back to get a punish, and so like sometimes it felt a little like mismatched. But it didn't feel like overly difficult because of all of those things. So maybe that's because I was overpowered in the randomizer, who knows. The exploration was fun. The enemies were fun, as long as they weren't placed in super early game zones where they would just one-shot me. Yeah, solid. I'd probably give it like a 7 or 7.5 out of 10. I feel like if I played it normally, it probably would be a 7.5, like a solid 7.5, reaching up towards 8. But yeah, it was still good fun. Still good fun. That was a really fantastic game. Need to finish the second one. Aha. Yeah, maybe I'll play the second one normally someday. I returned to Blasphemous 1 to explore it fully. I feel like I won't, because, like, I pretty much got the Blasphemous experience, I feel like. Like, I really don't like just playing the same game over and over unless I have a goal with it. You know, I don't like doing new game pluses. I like speedruns and stuff. You know, I could potentially learn to speedrun Blasphemous or something, but just, like, playing it again for a second time. Like, I know for a lot of people, it's like, well, I could play it a second time. I'll just go a different build, and I'd just, you know, do something slightly different. But for me, it's like, I already kind of learned the bosses, so I'm kind of good on that. Or the second Blasphemous is better. I also heard that. What's my favorite game except Souls? Probably Nier Automata. Although possibly a Monster Hunter. I do really like Monster Hunters as well. Those are probably strong contenders. Maybe something like Zelda Ocarina of Time, if you ask me, like, historically over the course of my life. Ocarina of Time has been really fun and is something I still like to play in, like, archipelagos and stuff. What's next after Sekiro Speed? Return to Elden. Sort of, yeah. I've got some events coming up where being good at Elden Ring, randomizer specifically, would be good. Maybe learn a little bit of bingo in case I'm chosen to commentate some bingo stuff. I could be knowledgeable on that.
3/4 of a year, wahoo.
3/4 of a year, let's go. I do want to make some more, like, videos so that I can either send them off to my editor, or if he really doesn't have time, maybe get a second editor and have, like, multiple part-time editors. Because I really, really like my editor. If he's got time for all my shenanigans, I'll just keep throwing stuff at him. But if he doesn't, I just want to make more videos. So I'd love to start just doing something that can make a video. That was a partial for sure. Oh, never unlock from Ishin. I thought I could slightly direct him, but guess not. Time to rope people into another Archie, right? Well, yes, at some point, but not for at least a week, because otherwise people will just say no. But a solo Archie I can do whenever. Like, genuinely, people will be like, well, maybe they wouldn't say no, but they'd be like, I'm actually busy this week. Can we do it in a few weeks? Especially after this last one. Possibly one where people know their games? Possibly. Or possibly not, you know. The magic of Archie is you can have fun kind of... Oh, double partial. Oh, that was so bad. That was so bad of me. I don't think the final phase strat will work now, but we'll see. Yep, just too slow because of the double partial. Do you think we'd ever get an Archie with all people having the same game? Yes. Yes, we will. For Sekiro, once it's finished, I'm gonna make that happen. I will make an Oops All Sekiro archipelago happen. That's on the W, by the way. It was out the doors, you got it. Ah, nice. Once the Sekiro one is out, getting a bunch together to do that will be really fun. Heck yeah. I hear the Liza P1 is really good these days. You know, I haven't tried it, but that does sound fun. Oops, all Sekipelico. Oops, all Elden is a possibility too. Yeah, but that one's even further out. That won't be for probably like half a year or something. They are making, I think, not very fast progress on it. The Sekiro one is maybe gonna be decently completed once Matt gets back from his trip to Japan. Aw. Yeah. Thoughts on Sekiro anime? Well, I mean, I haven't seen it yet, so what thoughts can I really give besides the trailer looks good? Same person doing Dark Souls and Sekiro and Elden Ring. So they're going one at a time. Gotcha. Shadows Deathlink twice. That's a good. That's a funny one. That's a +2. That's a good title? Not really. It doesn't really fit with what people click on nowadays. It's funny, but... it's something you could put in the thumbnail. The thumbnail could say Shadows Deathlink twice, but the title has to be something different nowadays. Kind of title you put in the thumbnail. Yeah. The sort of alternate title. The sort of snappier, short title that makes people go, what's that? And then they read the actual title and go, oh! It's a Sekiro, you know, 8-person archipelago. Whew, barely made that in time. Hey. Said quit out. No, you can interrupt her fast combo. Yep. You can either interrupt it before she starts it or before the last hit. I tricked my friends into playing the best Souls game randomized. That sounds like you're just doing a normal randomizer. So it's more like... I'd have to think on it. So, I mean, the sort of basic format is something like Sekiro, but it's randomized and all our items are in each other's games. Something like that. But in each other's games doesn't quite sound right, but all our items are shuffled. I don't know. There's something you could make work there, but that's a long way out anyway, so we're not worried about it. Instead... what are we going to do for the title of the solo Sekiro Archipelago testing that I did? That will be a video. That's what I really need to worry about. Ah! Only an Archie. The thing is, Archipelago isn't a common enough word that you can just put that in the title and have everyone go, oh, I know what that is. Like, people who know, but people who don't know, don't know. And you gotta make your title for the not knowers. Because more people are not knowers than knowers. Okay, well, that was not at all what I wanted, but... was not quite it. This new Sekiro mod is technically functional. Still don't know what that is, and I've been watching the past 5 days straight, Lamau. This Sekiro randomizer is broken. I actually like something like that. And then in the thumbnail, have something about, like, items shuffled between games or something, you know. Because it's always like a combination of title plus thumbnail that kind of works to get the idea across. Sekiro Shadows randomized more than twice. I'm not seeing the words "how I accidentally" enough in these title ideas. Well, you know, the worst performing video on my channel, how I accidentally won a Trackmania tournament, you know. So maybe how I accidentally is out. There we go, very nice. Second time's the charm. Maybe the game choice though a little different than usual. Well, obviously that's the case. I'm not. I'm being facetious. I'm being pretending. Also, I forgot to like properly thank Shia LaBeouf. Thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. I'm fixing the world's most broken Sekiro randomers. I like that in theory. My only thing is it maybe feels more like someone would go in expecting a more like talking about it video rather than just a I played through it. Nice. Crazy for this one, you're back already? Yeah, I slept for like 8 hours or something, and now I'm back. Easy. Well, no, you're a consummate profession. How the hell are you able to do this after yesterday? Because I like playing video games, and I woke up today and I said, what do I want to do today? Play video games. And so I started up my computer, and I got myself some McDonald's. And I treated myself. I treated myself with a Shamrock Oreo McFlurry. What can I say? I'm a bad boy. You can't be doing that. And then I went, okay, now I want to play some video games. And then I started up stream. McDonald's, what about BK? Well, that was for yesterday. You can't have BK on a non-archipelago day. What flavor is a Shamrock? It's kind of minty. It's green flavor. A matcha Oreo McFlurry. Oh. Same thing we do every day. Play video games. Yeah. Oh, barely enough time, but we got there. Like the Shamrock thingies from McDonald's sucks. It's so much calories. It is a lot of calories, but you know, we treat ourselves. Every so often, we treat ourselves. Destroying that second phase. Testing maybe, or trying out. Yeah. Trying out feels like you'd have to do, so I tried out this Sekiro randomizer ... It was a mistake. Which could be the title. So I tried out this multi-game Sekiro randomizer ... It was a mistake. Works. It's not a bad. Stream lagging? I'm showing 0 dropped frames. Is the stream lagging? Not lagging for you? Okay. Because normally I believe that, because my stream does in fact lag on occasion. Doesn't let me quit out before he kills me. Yo. This was a YouTube comment. Maybe the YouTube is having troubles somehow. Oh, that was scary. My dad said somewhere she'd go back to DS3 first once Sekiro's done. Hopefully some Elden Ring progress after that. Cool, cool. We appreciate the dev. Oh, hesitation. You can't hesitate for even 1 frame, otherwise that strat doesn't work. My split messed up somehow? It was comparing against the wrong thing, yeah. Easy. All right, have a good one, Orange Temp. Good. Go. Oh, what a path. I'm expecting to stream today. Whole gang sleep deprived. But yeah, but like, I'm not sleep deprived. I slept in till late and then woke up and then it's my stream time. I wouldn't expect anyone else to stream because they usually stream early. Me, I got a full 8 hours. I got a full 8 hours. That's more than I usually sleep. I slept forever. Actually, what time did we finish? We finished at like 11 something a.m., right? So if I went to bed at like noon, woke up at like 8 p.m. Yeah, it's like a full 8 hours. Good, what about yourself? I'm doing good. Oh. That works, I guess. Wasn't how I meant to do it, but... It's only like 2 or 3 seconds slow. You know, honestly, I would totally take that as an Ishin. It was not the correct super cool strat, but it was only like 2 seconds slower. Yo, what up, Shade Wolf? Very nice. Oh, that's bad. Yeah. Okay, that was not it. I'll sleep before the Archie ended. Hopefully it finished soon after I got the wall climb. Yeah, it was still a little while longer after that, actually. Saw the 2758 world record video. Skips Gotchin and sneaks on Ogre from the right. The 2759? I don't think there's a new 2758. Is there? Is there a new record as of like today? But yeah, you can do Gotchinless. It's just yeah, really, really finicky. And if you do anything even slightly wrong, you have to reset the run. And I'm not yet at the point where I need to do that to set a new PB. It only saves about like 3 seconds in total. You save 6 seconds there, but then you lose back some time later not having the Gotchin. Maybe you save more like 4 or 5 seconds in total, but it's less than the amount that I'm usually ahead of my PB. For a lot of resets. And then I also have to learn Gotchinless monkeys, which, whoa. Also can just lose you a ton of runs. The 2759, gotcha. Okay, yeah. That was an early Yash. This might not work. Oh, never mind. It'll work because we got the good luck. Nice. Beautiful. That's actually exactly what we want for that. Picking up the Gotchin before Gyobu for monkeys, would that be reasonable? Yes. Yes, it is. You can also pick up the Gotchin on the bridge on the way to Roberto, which I think takes less time. I'm almost positive the Gotchin on the bridge to Roberto takes less time, just thinking about the pathing. Yes, I also know about the lock-on tutorial. It also hardly saves any time, less than half a second on average. In fact, oftentimes will lose you time in the tutorial. And causes Kuro to turn much more often. So I just don't care enough. If you got it super, super perfectly, it can save, like, barely a second, but that's not happening, and I don't care that much for 1 second. Like, if you told me I could just lose 1 second on my Genichiro fight, I'd be like, I take that every day. I'm ecstatic about only losing 1 second compared to, like, a Geni fight. And then if you told me, well, you can save that second back, but there's a 50-50 chance that your run dies instead, I'm like, no thanks. Nope, I'll eat the time loss. Were you guys able to complete Archie yesterday? Yes, we were. So that's kind of how I think about a lot of the different strats, is like, would I reset my run until my Gyobu is 3 seconds faster? No, I'd just take whatever Gyobu I can get so I can keep going. Would I reset my run so that my, my Geni would be 1 second faster? No, I wouldn't do that. I'd just take whatever Geni I can get and keep... Like, you have to think about, like, the time saves compared to, like, will they cause you to reset your run? And none of the time saves from any of the strategies remaining are big enough that I would reset my run over and over to get them. When you're at world record level, you have to. You have no other option but to reset your run until everything goes perfect. But at my level, 3 seconds would be nice. 1 second would be nice, but what's nicer is just getting more run attempts through. Having a hard time against Sword Saint. Any tips? Attack once, then deflect if you want an easy time. Like this for Emma. For Emma, I do it like this. You just attack once, then deflect. Attack once, then deflect. Attack. Oh, it missed. I'm gonna... Well, I messed it up, but... doing something like that against Sword Saint can make it easier to deal with a lot of his attacks. Attack once, deflect, attack once. Oh, but she didn't block that one, so I'll attack again. Once, deflect, once, deflect, once, deflect. She didn't block that one, so I'll attack again, and so on. Oftentimes on very hard bosses, that's a way that you can keep it a little more controlled, is by just attacking once or twice and then dealing with whatever they do. Limits the number of moves you might have to learn from them. I'm in danger. There's fire everywhere. He did the super armor back attack, but I was attacking from the front. That's not supposed to happen. Did I learn the dash behind strat for Ishin Phase 2 opener? You mean when he does Mikiri counter? Because otherwise I don't... Why would I do that? If he does a thrust attack and I Mikiri, then yes, that's what I do. Otherwise, there's no reason to do that. It's just slower. It can be another option to reposition him. Yeah, but it's like a less than 1% chance that you ever need to reposition him. He's always in a good position. In practice, I don't know that I've died to him through fire in, like, the last, like, 3 or 4 days of us doing Ishin practice. It did happen that one time on the run that would have been our PB, which sucks, but it's like well under 1%. It's just, it's not really something that's worth worrying about. Like, if you're gonna get the most unlucky Ishin of all time, it kind of doesn't matter what your strat is. You're gonna not PB. I mean, technically on that one I could have PB'd with it, but you know what I mean. Like, oh, he turned the wrong way. Like, you plan for the good and the okay Ishins. You don't plan for the worst Ishins of all time, generally. IMO. Otherwise, it just gets in your head, like, trying to keep all the strats confused when you're doing a normal Ishin. Is it slower to dash and hit instead of 180? Yes, much slower. And then you don't get the full quick kill. Like, you probably lose, like, 3 seconds, at least, on the fight. Currently, you're grinding on a DS1 hitless run, just routing it. Ah. Here, I'll try it one time, just for you, but, like, it's not gonna go well. It would take probably like a half hour of learning all the different ways you can do it. At least, maybe an hour. And it would come up less than 1% of the time. And it would get me scared and confused when I'm doing my normal strats. I'd be thinking about, like, should I have gone for this instead? If you have one strat that works over 99% of the time, I feel like that's better. IMO. See, now there's do it on deflect deathblow and it's easier, I think. I'm sure it's easier. It's just slower too. I mean, I don't know. I'll try. I'll see. I'll try. Well, that actually wasn't that slow. Maybe you're onto something. Maybe you're onto something. That was not that slow. It wasn't... You can jump there. Okay. It probably does not work on the R1 deathblow. Yeah, if it just works like that, then maybe I should actually. Then maybe it's only like half a second slower then, at most. Only on deflect. Okay. No, you're right then. Ignore me. I thought it was much slower, but I had never seen it or tried it before, so I just assumed, and I assumed wrong. My bad. Yeah, that's a good strat. Oh! Out of practice lately? Of course, always gotta practice. I feel like there's been a lot of improvement. Sometimes it's not about improvement, it's about maintaining. You can't maintain... Whoa. That was very weird. Your skills without practice. Sometimes sharpening a blade is not about making it sharper than it's ever been before. It's just bringing it back to the maximum sharpness that it's been. It does actually make the positioning harder for me, because now I've gotten used to doing it without the dodge behind, but I guess you could. Clearly studied the blade. Yes. Wait, bars. What up, Cherry? Like, we usually call it de-rusting. But honestly, we could call it sharpening, and it would kind of work the same way. The practicing just to get back to where you were. Okay. I think I'll keep it in my bag of tricks, because there's nothing unique that you need to do differently for it, for the dodge behind. It's just kind of easier. But and then I'm also going to keep in mind, if the positioning sucks, I can always do that. Yeah, so I'm just going to keep all that in mind, which is a little bit of extra in my mental space, but if I know I'm in a horrible spot for the fire, then just don't jump for the deflects. It doesn't lose too much time, and then jump out of the fire with it. And I just need to keep in mind, if the fire sucks, it's okay to stay on the ground for the deflects. Sharpening always assumed to mean getting better, but I like the sharpening to get undull. Mm-hmm. It's also, practice is also about getting your confidence up. It's making sure that you know what to do when the time comes. It's not just like the raw skill of being able to do it. It's like, okay, I practiced and saw this today. I know exactly what to do. This is a good positioning. Oh, but I've missed up. Not that terrible. Is it time to chill and chat? Because I doubt we can easily focus on chat in the middle of a run. There's a lot of resetting, so I can focus on chat during all the resets, but yeah. I do also like, yeah, I like talking to chat at the start of stream. At least having some time during the stream to talk to chat is nice. It's fun.
Might.
Oh. Perfect. What am I doing? What am I? That's not the strat at all. That's not the strat even in a little bit. Okay. Have this wonderful sudden overnight craving for hazelnut Nutella and wanting to make your own Nutella tomorrow compared to actual Nutella. Then I'm gonna make this no-bake hazelnut cheesecake. Oh, that all sounds delicious. Stop bringing it up while I'm streaming and not eating. That sounds so good. I mean, I love... I think it's also hazelnuts in like the... What is it? Ferrero Rocher? Those things? Hazelnut's just good. Chocolatey, hazelnutty thing is just... It's just always a good combination. Too bad I'm going to explain in detail. No! Temporarily stuck on double ape for your Sekiro. No prayer beads, no memories, charmless demon bell run. Starting to consider using mortal draw even though you were trying not to. You could. The no-hit strat for those is basically just to run around like a chicken with your head cut off until the ape screams. The scream is then the indicator for it's the brown ape's turn. So the brown ape will run in, do her combo. You can either run away from it or deflect it if you're confident. But then on the very final hit where she like leaps up and like slaps down, you deflect that, then stab her so that she gets staggered, stab her so that she runs away, and then repeat till she's dead, and then you've got a one-on-one and it's easy. It's very slow, but you can do it with fairly safely not getting hit. Hazelnut wafers mixed with Nutella as the crust. Nutella, powdered sugar, and cream cheese filling. Topped with chocolate ganache. With crushed up hazelnuts on top, along with the whole Ferrero Rochers. Wow, nice. So hard not to eat all of them right now. Yeah. Anytime I have them, they're gone. They're gone immediately. It's bad. Do not let me around the Ferrero Rochers. Okay. Good backup for weird door positioning. Good backup. He did something he cannot normally do if there's no wall behind him. Take that into consideration. It's slow anyway. Yeah. She's being weird. She's being weird. That would, like, kill a run if she did that. Yeah, run would be mega dead. That was, like, 7 seconds lost. Maybe more. That was infinite time loss that I couldn't really do anything about. Very nice. I'll be honest, I think it would be way easier if the camera wasn't the real boss in some of these fights. I'll be honest, the camera's never the real boss when I'm playing on keyboard and mouse. Like, unless you're playing locked on, which you don't have to on keyboard and mouse, like, I feel like the camera's, like, never really that bad in Sekiro. The camera does sometimes feel that bad in, like, Dark Souls, because it won't properly zoom out when you're fighting big things. But in Sekiro, I feel like it zooms out enough. I feel like it's usually fine. I have an opinion on the order to learn advanced strats for Glitchless, like poster tutorial, like Gyobu Phase 1 script, Ape Headshot opening, Front Dojo, etc. I'd say all three of those things are good things to learn almost at the same time. Because they're all good ones to go for. I'd say Ape Headshot is probably the last one I'd learn, though, out of those, just because it is one that I feel like, since it's so late in the run, you mess it up and you reset your run, and that really sucks. And also, it's, like, it's a lot easier to mess up. I mess it up, the Ape Headshots in Phase 1, somewhat frequently. So, Ape Headshots would probably be the last of the three, but, like, those are all three good ones to kind of do fairly early. I would say I'd probably go with Gyobu Phase 1 first, Front Dojo second, Ape Headshots third. But you could do them all at once. You could learn all three at the same time and start implementing all three into your runs if you were looking for, like, oh, I feel like I've kind of maxed out my strats, let's learn some new stuff. None of the three of those is that bad. Even for Lone Shadow and Ashino Reservoir, camera is terrible in there. Yeah, no. Completely, I would say completely fine there. Although that is one that you kind of stick him in the corner for speedrun strats, so, like, the camera can't really do anything if he's stuck in the corner. If I had to fight him locked on, no dead angles, I could see the camera being a problem, yeah. But, I mean, that's not really how we fight him, so... Oh. Ignorant question, is air swimming allowed in Shura Glitchless? What? I mean, obviously. Who would think that air swimming is a glitch? I was asleep after the 16 hours? Oh, slept like an adult man. Very dissimilar to a baby, but slept good. I don't know what's considered easy. Sometimes it's all hard to you. It is all hard. Sekiro is just a hard game. It all takes, we love heartburn sleep. Okay, well, you don't have to go calling me out like that. Honestly, my heartburn has not been so bad since I have had, I don't know if it has anything to do with sugar, but I feel like having, like, sugar-free sodas and more water and stuff, it hasn't been so bad. But anyway. Yeah, Sekiro is just, like, a really hard game in general. Like, doing everything just requires precision. So, what I would consider hard are things that require such extreme precision that they're not super easy to replicate. Things like frame-perfect inputs. Or stuff that is just inconsistent because it's just inconsistent. Because you can do the same thing and it's just not going to work out the same way. And so none of those that you said are really like that, except for maybe the Ape Headshots feels a little precise, but... Can you stay near me? Trust me if you... Yeah. I think I probably do, but I haven't, like, gotten diagnosed or anything. Just... Hasn't happened in a while, but I would sometimes lay awake with my stomach not feeling good, and if I laid, like, all the way down, it was like, this is not good. So I'd have to stay, like, partially upright. Alright, honestly, I'm feeling pretty good about it. I'm an Ishin. I'm feeling good enough that I'm, like, not focusing and talking to chat, so I'm gonna move on to Ape. Oh, horrible. Don't you miss me? I guess there's like 5-hit Genny, inner Arco Roberto, upper Gunfort pathing as well. Yeah, all those are solid. Probably the... Until you're going for like a quite good time, I probably would just ignore upper Gunfort pathing because that's inconsistent. It's not that it's hard. Upper Gunfort pathing is pretty easy, but there's just an extra like 20% chance that your run just dies and there's nothing you can do about it. So I would stick to lower Gunfort pathing until you've learned everything that's in your power. And then I would put it in, because it's easy to do, but, you know, it's just, it sucks to reset runs. Upper Gunfort scared, lower Gunfort scared. Yeah, it's all scary. It's all scary. Don't miss me. Ah, too early. Because he did the slow version. Yeah, I don't know what I was supposed to do there. Well, actually, I do know what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to not go for that strat and just deflect the slam. Honestly, I think I might always just deflect the slam, just because the time loss for deflecting the slam is what? Probably like 3 seconds? But it's just like way safer. And it's a time loss of almost 0 seconds if it wasn't going to kill him anyway. So as much as it's a cool strat, I think I'm just gonna flush it from my memory and never do it again. I just don't think it's worth it for me right now. Like, until I'm going for world record where losing even 2 or 3 seconds on Ape means the run is dead, I think it's just not worth it. You missed! You can't do that, Ape! I just feel like I sucked so much at the game, how fast and effortless you handle this phase 1. Were you speedrunning, or... Because if not, comparing the way that you play normally to a speedrunner is kind of a silly exercise. Nice. Okay. That was solid. Think you ever used much of the sugars, though, since you always died in the attempt you did and ran out? Yep. That is my problem with consumables in video games, in general. In all video games, I think consumables suck. And I am much happier with a game when the consumables just don't exist. Just don't exist at all. Blasphemous, which we just played, cool, fun Metroidvania game, no consumables. None at all. Unless I didn't understand how something worked, but no consumables, and it was great. It made the combat a lot more fun and consistent to just be like, this is how strong I'm supposed to be. I make my build, I'm set up, boom, that's it. I hate the consumables because it's like, it feels like, you know, they reward someone who's already good enough that they don't need them. Because, oh, I'm already so good, I'll just pop the consumable, win first try, hooray, and I didn't use all my consumables. And if you suck at the game, you're like, man, I really need these consumables to help me, and then you run out. And then it's like, what am I supposed to do? Go farm some more? Like, it's just, it's annoying. I think it's a win more mechanic that I don't think makes video games better, personally. How many hours I have in Sekiro so far in total? Like 4,000 something, 4,200 or something. Based. Thank you, thank you. Ah, that was a little weird. That was not a headshot. Yeah, I can't quite get all the headshots. I feel like if I could just figure out what I'm doing wrong and get these headshots, I'd feel so good about the run. I feel you get the infinite sugars kind of too late in this game. I mean, even with infinitely buyable sugars, you still then have to go farm the money, which still takes time. It's still all annoying. No matter how you look at it, I just think consumables always make a game a little bit worse. Not a lot worse. Not enough that I'm up in arms and I'm like, Sekiro's a bad game because it's got the sugars. Like, pff, come on. It's just, I feel that games reach their full potential when they have the confidence to just be like, this is how powerful you are. That's it. There's no consumables to make you stronger. You can go level if you want. You can go farm for levels. That's fine. You can, you know, you can mess around with your gear, mess around with your spells, mess around with your build. But, like, once you're in the fight, it's like, this is you. You're not using up stuff. It's nice for speedrunning, though. Consumables make speedrunning so good, because you, like, use the consumables and you're like, well, now I can destroy everything super quick. But never use consumables in games unless I am made to. Yep, same. Does hitting his head in phase 2 actually do more damage, even when he's just holding it? No. Hitting his head doesn't do anything. It doesn't have a hitbox. But hitting his head absolutely does do way more damage. That's weird, maybe because you're hitting the real boss inside. It's because it's the same boss. In phase 1 and phase 2, it is the same model of the same boss. It's the same boss. You'd think it's like a different model where the new model has a head and it has a hitbox over here and doesn't have a head here and doesn't have a hitbox here. No, it's the same boss with a fake, like, visual looking head here, but it's actually the same model of the same boss. With all the same properties. Is there ever a time in speedrunning when your PB and sum of best would be different times? Yes, when you're actually in the middle of a run. When you're in the middle of a run and you lose time in that run, it is no longer possible to match your sum of best. There is a new best possible time you can achieve on that run. That is not as fast as all of your best everything put together. That did not work. Yeah, that was double missed headshot. Barely. No. I just missed the entire second MD there. No, it was just double not headshot, I think. I think. I'm pretty sure it hit. I'm pretty sure it did damage. I buffered everything, but it still didn't work. I hate when he's in a weird position like that and it just doesn't work. Because the boss actually, the centipede inside his neck, where his head was probably. No. That's not from a programming perspective how it works. It is not just making the neck take more damage. It is a false head that's there. But if you would like to justify that to yourself for lore reasons, you may go ahead. But it does not line up with how the model actually works. I enjoyed Blasphemous. Yeah, it was fun. There we go. That was nice. I think an open wound deals more damage makes sense to you. It does make sense. It's just not how the game is actually coded. Because it's not hitting the wound that does more damage. It is hitting the head that is above the wound that does more damage. If you hit the wound, but you hit it like from the side, it'll count as shoulder and it won't do anything. If you hit the wound where you're actually hitting his head that's sticking out in front of the wound, it will do more damage. So that's just, it's just the way that it's coded. How am I the only one in the group able to stream again tonight? Because I stream very, very, very late. So by the time everybody woke up, Aggie would already be ending stream. Parky would already be ending stream. Chris would already be ending stream. Dom would already be ending stream. Josh would already be ending stream. Well, I don't know about Josh. I don't know how Josh's sleep schedule looks. But I would be starting stream when everyone else would be ending stream. So I can stream because it's my normal stream time. Speaking of Josh, yo. He's the GOAT. How was my sleep yesterday? Today? My sleep today? My sleep a few hours ago was good. Take that. What's the weirdest question or donation that I got in the middle of a speedrun? I don't know. I tend to kind of forget the really weird ones because I don't engage with them too much. Like, if it's too weird, I'm just gonna be like, nah, I'm not engaging with that. Oh, too far left, I think. Not bad. Like, I'd take that, but that was definitely a missed headshot. Josh lost his mojo after he shaved? Don't say that about my goat. Probably something from you. Question mark. Good response, Josh. You can't say that. Thoughts about Crimson Desert? Haven't played it. It looks alright. It looks fun. It looks pretty good. It looks like a 6 out of 10. That's not a game made for me. If it's a game made for you, maybe it looks like an 8 out of 10. Maybe for you it looks like a 9 out of 10. For me, it looks like a game that's not made for me. That's like a 6 out of 10. And if I played it, I'd be happy if it ended up being a 7 out of 10. And I don't tend to play games that I'd be happy if they ended up as 7 out of 10s. Which is why I didn't play DS2 for the longest time. Because I'm quite happy that it ended up as a 7 out of 10 for me. Because I did not think it would. How was the Archipelago marathon you did yesterday? It was fun and long. Since normal enemies are easy in the beginning, wonder if bosses will be a lot harder. The earlier reviews saying it's hard. Oh no. Or maybe you're just a gamer. Okay, that I think was double headshot. Yeah, perfect. Nice, nice, nice. So it's jump out like a little bit. I feel like it's jump out like slightly left, but also aim slightly left with the first mortal draw, and it feels easier to me. The ape puts his head back on his neck for the scream. Yeah, you didn't notice that before? I love that. I think that's super cool. Reattaching his windpipe so that he can scream. How else is he gonna scream? Well, he also has a quick scream where he just pushes the head out and screams with it without reattaching it, but it's much shorter duration. Which doesn't really make sense biologically, but like, I like the idea of it. Like, to give a full scream, he needs his lungs, but to give just a little scream, he can just do it with his head. Very nice. How did the sword get in his neck to begin with? Because of the sculptor. Orangutan was his shinobi name. He and his partner, the Kingfisher, fought the ape. She died, but they got the sword stuck in his neck, you know, basically decapitated him, but he still lived because of the centipede. And then we finished the job of truly decapitating him. Ape Scream and the Lady Butterfly summons are the only things you would change about the game by limiting number of uses or giving a cooldown. I don't mind the Ape Scream. I think it's a very fair get off me move. I'm not a big fan of get off me moves in general in these games. Oh. But as far as get off me moves go, I feel like the scream is very like a very fair way to do it. Of like, it gives you plenty of time to get out, but I do... No, I agree it slows the fight down, though. I agree. I think I would change the scream a bit. It does slow the fight down a little much. His neck. This is the boy ape. The brown ape is the girl ape. Hello. I didn't know in the lore if they won the fight and decapitated the ape, if he would have lived. I don't know if the game mentions if the ape was infested back then. No, that's kind of a good point. I guess maybe. I feel like it's sort of implied with how these two ultra-powerful shinobi did so many attacks into it and even got the sword into its neck and all this, and it just kept fighting as though it was unharmed. Not like as though it was unharmed, but like just kept fighting so viciously that these two shinobi that were able to take out so many things and were like, you know, a very fearsome duo could not deal enough, you know, mortal damage to the ape to bring it down, despite feeling like they did enough mortal damage that an ape should have died from it. You can just argue, oh, it's because it's just such a big, powerful ape, but I believe the implication is it was infested by the centipede, even at that point. I mean, look at that sword. It is genuinely over halfway through its neck. Like, look at that. Maybe not over. Actually, it's from the other way. A little less than halfway, but like... Also, what is the, like, calcified stuff on the back of its neck? What is that? Is that like dried blood or? Added hair maybe? Yeah, something. Centipede equals Futurama worms. Kinda? I remember and felt like the centipede infestations happened like shortly before the game. Maybe for like Senpo. Like, this is like where it all started, right? This is where the waters of Fountainhead Palace flow down to from that like big waterfall over there. So this is like Right, where the big carp, you know, falls down to when you kill it. So this is like the spot where it all starts. And I think that's, you know, the ape is the showing of that. Right? This is where it all happened. And the almost discovery of the immortality and the centipedes and all this that messes everything up is the orangutan and kingfisher losing to the ape because it's immortal, and that's where it like spreads from there. That's my take on it, but I don't know. The ape is patient zero, essentially. That's what I think, yeah. Likely since it's undying, the centipede likely moved bone fragments and glued them together with a saliva-based solution to strengthen the front door to his home. Ah. Like, the wounds on the ape, I don't know, still feel, like, almost fresh, you know? Like, he still looks very, like, wounded. Not like he healed up as a mortal ape. Ah, that was late. I didn't buffer it. And then got infested later. Like, it feels like it just never healed. Like, look at his face. It still just looks like a big open wound. As opposed to, like, you know, they had the fight, he scarred over and healed up and then got infested later. It feels like nothing healed because the centipede was just, you know, keeping him alive. And messing with his bodily functions. Like, look at that giant gash in his face from when they fought. Just still open and bleeding. Yeah, I think I've convinced myself it was definitely infested with the centipede before then. Okay. Timeline is fairly vague throughout the game. It is, yeah. Centipede likely, yeah. I mean, if it is an undying creature, might not even feel pain from the arm still in its, or the sword still in its neck. Well, I don't know that I'm gonna perfect this ape fight here in practice. It'd be nice, but it seems like it's just... We're getting good headshots, but not perfect ones, so... It's good enough. We can PB with it. Oh, that was bad. And of course, all my R1s miss. Otherwise, that actually kind of was made up for. Actually, I said I was going to move on from Ape. Let's just move on. If he does weird stuff, it's always going to be weird. Why does the monkey poop if it doesn't eat because it's dead? Well, it does eat. It eats so that the centipede can get the food. Has this healing factor but still feels pain, I'd imagine a sword stuck in your neck while constantly cutting when healing would suck. If you're still conscious, because Wolverine is Wolverine. Wolverine is not Wolverine's body being puppeted around by a centipede. That honestly still worked. Is it centipede poop? Maybe. Maybe. Yo, Jill VCM! Yo! Thank you for the raid! Welcome on in, raiders. There's not really a good backup for that. Just lose infinite time. Streaming after 18 hours of Archie. Aw, yeah. Figured out where Wolverine's healing factor comes from? It's from centipedes. Whoa, how did that miss entirely? I was locked onto him. Well, no backup for that. Would probably just be a run reset. Hanbei can still think and talk and such. That's a good point. Why didn't it work? Yeah. How's it going? Going pretty good. To be honest, I never got into the lore of Sekiro like you did Bloodborne, even though you have 3,000 hours or more in both. I mean, I think that's fair. I think the lore of Sekiro is fun enough on its own, but not mega interesting. I don't know that anyone has, you know, dedicated their life to the Sekiro lore. You know, like, Body has made videos on the Sekiro lore. Or Zuli the Witch has made videos on, you know, I think I remember one about, like, Ishin's model and how it changes and what that means for the... But, like...
Hey, listen!
I'm listening! But, like, I don't think it's so endlessly fascinating. I think it's just good. It's good, and I like that it lets you in on the secrets a little bit inside of the game instead of having to read item descriptions or whatever. So I like Sekiro's story a lot, but it's not... It's not something you need to obsess over for years. Any of my former students watch me? Not regularly. Not anymore. There were a few that have. Sekiro has a focused story that's clear. Yes. Lore is good, but not super deep and hidden like other FromSoft games. Yeah. Why aren't we going for sub 2759? Because I'm not good enough. It would take years to get that good. It's possible to do, but I'm not there right now, so no point in setting a goal that you can't achieve. Set achievable goals, then once you reach them, set a new achievable goal if you want. But don't immediately set your sights on an unachievable goal. If you're just learning to develop a game, set your goal to, finish a game and, sell 100 copies or something. Your goal, if you're a, solo first-time developer, should not be, I want to sell 100 million copies. I want to be the most sold video game of all time. Like, and anything less than that is failure. There we go. Balatro should be the minimum. Yep. You're a solo dev and you don't sell as much as Balatro. What are you even doing? I don't like FromSoft storytelling that much. In general, I don't. Sekiro story is so clear compared to the other FromSoft games. Yeah, I agree. They've got interesting stories that are hidden from the player, and it's like, okay, but the point of a story is to tell it. I mean, I do love all the thought and all the interesting stuff that they put into the world. It makes the worlds feel really good and unique and fleshed out, and like, it makes the gameplay better that they have all this cool, unique story that they come up with. But I sure wish they would tell it to the player more, so I could actually understand it. Yeah, you can't stomp and Mortal Blade on the way down, so I guess you wouldn't do that as a backup. I guess that would be bad. What about the wise words of Ricky Bobby? If you ain't first, you're last. But even in that case, it's then about putting yourself into situations where you can be first, where you can achieve your goal. So Ricky Bobby, at, you know, the age of 8 or whatever, was probably competing in soapbox derbies and getting first, rather than saying, oh, it doesn't count until I'm first in the, you know, the Indy 500 or whatever I haven't seen the Ballad of Ricky Bobby. I have not seen Talladega Nights, right? You still set yourself an achievable goal. I'm going to be first in this competition that I can actually win. Ooh, that's not good. Backup plan initiated. It's not gonna work, so I have to do this. Girafu is probably his name. It is, but it's meant to be his name is Giraffe. His name is the Japanese... It's actually like the characters for a giraffe, I believe. So his name is Giraffe. His parents, weird namers. But I mean, so too, it was weird of Owl's parents to name him Owl, or Lady Butterfly's parents to name her Butterfly, so... His name Giraffe comes from his limbs being so elongated. Maybe, but there's another long-armed centipede in the game that is not named Giraffe. Yeah. I get called Giraffe gets long limbs. What are the odds of that? Oh. There we go. Look up. Whoa. Ah. 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 Even if I fall, there will not be a woo guy. He's like much further up. Nice. Where does Sekiro rank for you out of all the Souls-like games? First. Easily first. By far first. And that's despite the fact that Elden Ring is, like, a genuine masterpiece. But for me, Sekiro is still miles above. Are you on, like, some extreme delay? I feel like that went off, like, instantly. Nice. Like, here's the best one. Second is Bloodborne. Perhaps. Haven't played Bloodborne yet because it's not on PC. I always have to throw it out there. I might not think Bloodborne is a masterpiece because of the blood vial system. Might piss me off a lot. Hopefully I'll be so good that I never run out of blood vials and it doesn't matter, but don't like them. There we go. Nice. Runs pretty well on emulator. I have heard that, but I would love to have an official release. I'm somebody who often does things because of circumstance, because of an event happens, and because of that event, I decide I'm going to do a thing. So, like, GDQ is coming up. So, because of GDQ, I decide to, you know, submit this game, speedrun this game, whatever. Oh, bingo's coming up. Because of that, I'm going to play Elden Ring bingo. Oh, there's, you know. So, if Bloodborne got released on PC, it would be a great event to be like, oh, I'm so down to play Bloodborne now, specifically because it got released on PC. There wasn't really any moment like that for the emulator. I'm sure there was a day when all of a sudden it worked great, but it kind of just felt like a slow, gradual, it's kind of working, it's working a little better, it's working a little better, it works pretty good, oh, it works pretty great, you know, like, kind of a thing. There was no, like, event where I was like, okay, now is the time to play the emulator. I could, but it'd be really cool if it just officially came to PC instead. And it could be really funny if it comes to PC, but it's like a slightly remastered version, and then you get everyone going, whoa, 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 you didn't even really experience the true Bloodborne. It's not the same thing. You gotta go back and play it at 30 FPS with PS4 graphics. Or it's not really the same thing. Like people do with Demon's Souls. Emulator has stream-worthy quality at this point. Yeah, probably. What do you think about the Sekiro anime that's coming out? Looks good. The trailers look good. Why is that not? How does that not make it? People definitely would. 720p, 30 FPS, and aliased to hell. Nice.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. Bloodborne Remaster where they changed the enemy placement slightly. Real ones boot up the emulator and set the FPS to 30. Based. Emulator crashes at least once per session for you. 3060 can't chug it. Dang. I mean, honestly, crashes every so often. Like, I'm not that concerned about. Like, I played the Sekiro Archipelago where it crashed every 10 minutes. So, once a session, that'd be a big improvement. Load on PC, but it requires games for Windows Live. Well, luckily I've got that from Dark Souls 1 OG. was thinking about the PS4 and Xbox One was the hard drive. Really? The game would have more momentum viewership-wise if it released on PC because there'd probably be a lot of people playing it for the first time. That's also true. And I could be someone playing it for the actual first time. Not somebody playing it for the first time on PC, but someone actually playing it genuinely for the first time in the Souls space, which would be pretty neat. Like, I recently played DS2 for the first time. Imagine if I had done DS2 for the first time in an archipelago. Imagine how terrible that would have been. Okay. Seems good. Let's try some runs. Got your Xbox One a few months ago and it was insanely slow because of the hard drive. Ah. Sweat is wanting to do his first playthrough of Skyrim sometime as a randomizer. I guess that would work. I don't know that Skyrim would be an interesting randomizer. Is there like it's just not a progression-based game.
Good luck, bitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Like, oh no, I didn't get the key to Bleak Falls Barrow yet. Like, okay. No, you don't need to go into Bleak Falls Barrow. You can just go somewhere else and do something else. So, I mean, I guess it could be fun just having like the enemies in random spots and you're just finding random things, but I don't know that the game would make much sense, and I don't know that it would be that like interesting like progression gating. I mean, if he thinks it'll be fun, that's cool. I don't know, I'm not seeing it. I'm not really seeing it as much as some other games. Need to find your DS2 VOD. Want to see how you ran it. It is in there. It's back there in the VODs. You will find it. Progressions via quests in Skyrim. It's just another run. Yeah. Oh. Like, I feel like randomized Skyrim would just feel like Skyrim. Randomizers work a lot better for linear games. Not linear, but like semi-linear, where there's multiple paths, but they're blocked off. So you end up going one way, normally, in the story, and then kind of branching off a different way later once you get the key to it. Because then the randomizer will first give you the key to way number 2, and then that way will get you the key to way number 1, so now you're doing them in the opposite order. Oops, all skeever mage guy. Oh no. One of the people behind the DS1 Archipelago has been working on Skyrim's Archipelago. He's very busy though. Ah. I mean, a long-time Skyrim player doing a Skyrim Archipelago where they kind of know what the main objectives are could be fun. It's just like, if you're just exploring and you find a random key to a random place, I just don't know if it's as interesting when the game is that open. Whereas if you're a knower and you're like, oh my god, this is the key to the place that does the thing that, you know, can help me beat the game. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll work. Maybe I'm being a hater for no reason. Am I gonna Archipelago Blasphemous 2? Probably not, but who knows? I mean, if we do another Archipelago that is more people's first playthroughs, maybe I would, but... I don't think Blasphemous 2 has a working Archipelago yet. Maybe it does. Branching paths from a hub is probably easiest for randomizer structure. Yeah, that's basically what Sekiro is. Although it's not super like locked. You're not like locked from going a specific way necessarily in Sekiro, but it is branching paths from a hub. And you normally need to go all of the branching ways to get all of the key items. Well, my movement this time has sucked, so we're behind. Why don't I lock on while jumping in the tutorial? Because it causes a lot of resets for an average of less than half a second of time save, and I don't give a shit about half a second. You'll see I just lost half a second on the tutorial, but I'm not resetting, so... Why would I reset a bunch for half a second in the tutorial? That was not a good ogre. All right. In the red. No, it makes reset more likely. Yeah, it makes Kuro a lot more likely to turn. And it's easy to just mess up. You can just mess it up and lose like a second or two. And if I lost like a second or two doing it, I would probably reset for that. Like, I do reset for Kuro turning, which is a 2-second loss. I just don't reset for half a second of slightly bad movement. So in general, I'm going for fast but somewhat consistent strats. If you want an idea of what's a good set of fast but fairly consistent strats to do, you can watch the race between Wormdog and Holm in the finals of the live Sekiro Shura Glitchless tournament. Because if it's live, you have to do strats that are somewhat consistent. And neither of them did a lock-on tutorial. Neither of them also did Gotchinless. Oh, this is gonna suck. Yeah. Yeah, alright, that's a reset. Unlucky. Sekiro is the closest thing to a 3D Metroidvania, even closer than DS1. What about Metroid Prime? That's literally a Metroid. Where is he going? He's running away. He's a coward. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I can see the comparison between Sekiro and a Metroidvania, but I don't think it's the closest. I think it's like, you know, 30% like to a Metroidvania. I think other games are above 50%. Honestly, maybe even less than 30, maybe like 20%. Oh, the Kuro turn. Don't you dare speak a bad thing about Metroid Prime Goat? I didn't say anything bad about Metroid Prime. I said it was a Metroid. And so therefore is very like to a Metroidvania. Because it's a Metroid. Arkham Asylum is definitely a 3D Metroidvania. Maybe? I'm not sure I've played it. I think I have. I've played one of the Arkham games at least. It's okay, you better not say anything bad about Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. Metroid Prime 2 Echoes sucks! It's the worst video game of all time! I don't actually know if I've played Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. True! I remember playing the first Metroid Prime and it being fun. I don't remember if I ever played 2 or 3. I know I haven't played the newest one. Very slow start. Oh, what a French fry. I hope that 2 and 3 get remasters like 1 did. I didn't know 1 got a remaster. EV is 29.19. Yes. Some sort of third-person action game like that would be fun in Archipelago, I reckon. Yeah? The thing about Archipelago is almost any game is fun in Archipelago. Like... I feel like the only thing that wouldn't be that fun in Archipelago is a game that really just says, like, go wherever you want. Do whatever you want at any time. Where there's just, like, nothing to get to progress. I feel like outside of that, almost every game has some sort of progression. Just, like, through the structure of video games. Like, I don't know that GTA would be that interesting in an Archipelago. I mean, I guess there is a main story in GTA, but...
Hi Mitch, do you know today is the birthday of Sekiro? The game was released on 22nd March.
Oh. I knew that, but I had forgotten that. Happy Sekiro Day, everyone. Oh my god, and it stopped me from getting around behind him. Wow. That sucks. Yup. Infinite time loss. Still faster than taking the death blow from the front. That is a meme torch, yep. Oh! I could have hit that. I just needed to stay a little more left. I could have hit that. We're going to be in the green after canyon, though? No, we will not. We have basically a perfect double canyon in PB. There is no time to be saved there. There is time to be saved on Gyobu quite a bit. There's time to be saved on Ogre, but we rarely do because we've got a good Ogre in PB, just not a perfect one. Is Gyobu my worst part of the run in PB? Yeah. Gyobu, I think, is the split where we could save the most time. I think we can save, like, almost 10 seconds with a really good Gyobu. No, like 7 or 8 or something. We don't talk about Gollum. We never do. We never have. We never will. Honestly, if I had gotten the Sekiro PB before Crimson Desert had released, I probably would have played it. And maybe I would have played it and hated it, but I probably would have played it, but now that I've seen all the reviews and it doesn't seem like it's for me, and I still don't want to lose my Sekiro muscle memory, it just feels like a game I'm just not gonna play. Ever. Hello. A random thought that just occurred to me. The circumstances sometimes just don't work out. Aww. He's supposed to stagger there, but he hasn't been recently for some reason. I've changed something about what I'm doing, and now he doesn't stagger there. Yeah. something about what I'm doing has changed. If you're cursed to play only one game forever, and the choice is only Gollum, Dustborn, or that ET game from the Atari, which would I choose? Probably Gollum. I don't really know what Dustborn is, but Crimson Desert just seems like Starfield too. No, it's way better than Starfield. It seems more like... trying to think of if there is a comparable game. Honestly, maybe this will get me in trouble. Maybe this will get me canceled. Maybe this will cause too many fights. But it kind of seems to me like if Neo 3 had been hyped up before its release, if it had hit the mainstream, if every single streamer had played Neo 3 on release, if everyone had bought Neo 3 on release, because I think a lot of people would have been equally disappointed and been like, I don't like this. It's not to say it's a bad game. Like, I liked Neo 3, but I feel like if everyone had played Neo 3 and not just Neo people that really like Neo, I feel like it could have gotten the same reception. Not really people know what to expect from Neo. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if people didn't know what to expect from Neo, and it became this mainstream thing where everyone said, oh my god, you've gotta buy this game, it's the next big thing, before it came out, and it got hyped up to, like, this is the next Elden Ring, and then you get Neo 3, like, I feel like a lot of people would have been equally disappointed as a lot of people are disappointed with Crimson Desert. I think it's a relatively fair comparison. That's, you know, it's like an alternate world we're talking about. We're not talking about this. In this world, Neo 3 released to people who understood what they were going to get, and the people that played Neo 3 liked Neo 3 a lot because they knew what they were going to get. But in an alternate world where it somehow sold 10 billion copies, like... Very unlucky, Ogre. I don't think I played him that badly, although one attack missed, but exactly the attacks I did not want to see. But Doctor, I am Neo 3. Sort of looks like what hyper-modded Skyrim turns into. Nice. No stagger again? Was that because he was on the ground? Yeah, he did a bunch of hyper armor moves that can't stagger. I knew he wouldn't stagger on that one. That's why I didn't even try. Because he was just doing hyper armor moves that don't stagger. Double unlucky. Oh, I think I got the headshot to save it. It didn't feel like it did the full headshot damage, but I did get him before he walked away, so I must have gotten a headshot. Barely. Honestly, there's some good games, and I'm not afraid to say it. How dare you say there are good games? How absolutely dare you? Some games are good? Not bad. I've watched you play. Haven't played yourself. What does Shura mean? It's the shorter ending. There are multiple endings in the game, and it's the short one. The bad ending, if you will. Nice. Why do you have to talk to Tengu just to refuse him? Because it's the only way to get Ishin to show up in the tower. And you have to talk to Ishin to get to monkeys. Weird that talking to Tengu, a completely different character, causes Ishin to move. But, you know, that's how the game works, so... Maybe after leaving, Tengu talks to Ishin or something. That's also probably where he tells Ishin about that cool nickname he gives you, Sekiro. So that when you meet Ishin later for the first time, Ishin can be like, "Oh, Sekiro!" Tengu said the title. I think I could have ended Genny slightly faster by not attacking at the end and taking the deflect, but... but not bad. Sekiro is a nickname, shortening one-armed wolf. Yes. What's the meaning of Sekiro? Any in chat, please explain. It's one-armed wolf. Seki is just like... For some reason, it's a prefix that just exists in Japanese for one-armed. Don't know why. Don't know how that came to just be a thing. And then ro is the suffix, the ending for wolf. Don't know how that came to be, but it's just one-armed wolf in a short form prefix suffix. Which is why Sekijo is the suffix for orangutan, so the sculptor is Sekijo once he loses his arm fighting... I think he loses his arm fighting the ape, or no, maybe he had it before then. I don't know. Whenever he loses his arm. Have I played Wukong and did I like it? I have played Wukong and I did like it. Solid 8 out of 10. Very solid, very good, very fun. Not exactly the combat for me. I liked the combat. It was good, but I wish it had been more souls. I also think the story was a lot of fun, but it felt to me like it expected you to know the mythology. So to me, it felt a little like I was being left in the dark. They were kind of skipping over stuff a little. Except for like every so often they'd give you like a flashback, like cutscene of the mythology, and it was like, damn, that's cool. But outside of that, I felt a little like I don't really understand what's going on here. But still, good game. Fun game. Roberto. Did I play Kazan? Oh yeah, love Kazan. Excellent game. The gearing system sucked, and the combat was a little too spammy. Especially if you weren't using the greatsword. But really, really solid game. Like, fantastic bosses. One of the best boss rosters in a game I've ever seen. Roberto. Doesn't that make it Souls-like? I don't know what's going on here. No. Not every game with a confusing story is a Souls-like. I hate to break it to you. And honestly, it wasn't even like a confusing story. It was just like, it just felt very much like they just expected me to know who this character is. Like, it wasn't like, here's this new character. They're so mysterious. I wonder what their backstory is. It was like, oh, here's the character. The warrior of this that has won 1,000 battles. And I'm like, okay, cool. Not if you say so.
Hey, I was there to explain the characters for you. Well, sometimes.
Yep. Correct. And that helped, but you know, I still think that would be a criticism of mine, is that it felt like I could it felt better when I had people explaining it to me, and I wish the game had explained it to me instead. Because it was pretty cool once I kind of knew what was going on. All right, nice. Have I ever played Kingdoms of Amalur? No. Good, got the swag jump. All right, be nice. All right, nice. Nice. What? I've never had that happen before. I've never gotten a vertical wall jump there before. Like, actually ever. Well, that's one way to lose a ton of time for no reason. That wall is always so consistent. That sucks. They should remake High Guard into a single-player game. True. We'll totally buy it the second time. No! Well, rip the run. And of course I get a perfect luck 8 phase 2 after that. No, I did not miss the headshot. I hit him too early. I hit every headshot, but I hit him too early, so it did not keep up the stagger loop. I mean, recovering that to only 13.5 seconds of time loss is kind of a miracle. Not that this has any chance of PBing anyway, but... Whoops! I accidentally tapped attack again and it won't let you cancel in that specific situation.
Sekiro ってやれぬか。
Oopsies. Okay. So unlucky? Nah, that was all my fault. 100% of that was me. First time I've made a mistake on Ape or Ishin in a little while. Usually I am perfect on play and get really unlucky. This was the first time that was just Totally my fault. If I played perfectly there, that was PB for sure. Like, you know, the previous PB one where it's like we would have had it, but he was in exactly the spot where the fire was, that was really unlucky. Technically, there were ways to save it, so you can still say it was my fault and, like, be mostly correct, but when I have a strategy that works 99+% of the time, and it's the 1% that doesn't, it's like, yeah, I could have swapped strategies, but, like, come on. Would have been silly. Would have been under 29? No. No. It would not have been under 29. No. It could have been like a 29.05 with perfect play and good luck. I think it more likely would have been around a 29.10 if I had played perfectly. Which still would have gotten our goal for sure. How different is my route to world records routing? Basically the same, but missing a bunch of small little things that save time, but can cause you to reset over and over for them. But, like, basically the same. There's maybe 15 seconds of strategy difference between me and the world record. Maybe 20. And then the rest of it all comes down to just somehow doing everything better and faster that I don't understand. That's a minute plus. It sure is. And I don't understand it. Because we've looked through all the strats and they are not very different. I watched Wormdog do these exact strats. I think he also did Walk My Genny, which is 2 seconds. 1 second? 2 seconds. 2 seconds. 2 seconds if you're done perfectly. So technically Wormdog had a 2 seconds faster of strats than me. And otherwise I think did exactly the same strats I'm doing now. Remind me if I'm missing any, if you remember watching the live Wormdog versus Holm race. And he beat my time, or got about this time, after losing 30 seconds to getting shot in the tutorial. And he just, like, tied this PB. Doing the exact same strats live. And the only reason he didn't get sub 29 easily live first try was because he got unlucky enough to get shot in the tutorial. So there's just some sort of hidden little tiny movement and playing better that somehow saves you like 30 seconds plus that I just don't understand. Unlucky. Horrible ogre because we got unlucky again. When do I decide to reset? Whenever I lose too much time compared to how far into the run we are. If you're 1 second behind in the tutorial, you reset. If you're like 4 or 5 seconds behind at Ogre, you reset. If you're like 6 seconds behind at Gyobu, honestly, maybe even more than that, maybe like 9 seconds behind at Gyobu, you reset. And so on. It's like, it's how much you are behind compared to the time it would take to get a new run going. So if you're like 5 seconds behind at Gyobu, it's like, oh yeah, well, you would reset if you were 5 seconds behind at tutorial. It's like, sure, but if I reset in tutorial, it takes me 30 seconds to go again. If I reset at Gyobu, it's going to take me another 10, 15 minutes to get another run that gets through Double Canyon. So it all is a time invested versus pace that you just have to work out for yourself. Is there any crazy but inconsistent thing you can attempt to get world record? There's tons of crazy and inconsistent things I could attempt. The problem is, even if I hit every single one of them, I would still be behind world record by at least 30 seconds. Because I just am slower. And I don't know where, and I don't know how. But even if I did all of the hardest strats and hit every single one and just got mega lucky, I still would not get world record currently. I just have to, in some intangible way, play better. Because the fastest strats are not that much faster than what I'm doing right now. Like, it might be my mashing. My dialogue mashing, I haven't worked on that in a while. I could just be mashing really badly and losing half a second on every single mashing, which there are like 4 in the game. So that's like 2 seconds right there. I don't know. If it were me, I would simply do every action 1 to 2 seconds faster. Of course. Use cheat to make the game run 3% faster, but then the game clock also runs 3% faster. So your time is then 3% longer. So it perfectly matches out with how much faster you're going. I'm doing this for GDQ? No, I'm just doing this for fun. I mean, I will submit it to GDQ, and if they accept it, then I'll do that. Also, GDQ submissions are open. We got to remember to do that. I think they opened on the 20th. I gotta contact my people. We gotta get Elden Ring 4-player all bosses in. By my people, I mean Aggie, Chris, and Josh. Not like I don't have GDQ contacts. Well, I mean, I know people that are staff at GDQ, like ADF, but they are not in charge of deciding what games get in. We gotta get our submissions going. So what do you... Obviously, we're submitting Sekiro. Obviously, we're submitting Elden Ring. Whoa, that was a weird ogre. Double grab? Now you're just cheating, ogre. This is not allowed. Honestly, not so bad for how horrible of luck we got. AI limit, yes, we're submitting AI limit. Because that was a fun run that I did recently that I got the world record in. So we'll submit AI limit. But what else? We get 2 more games after that. My classic is Kanagi Usagi. That's my, like, filler submission. See if they ever accept it. They'll probably never accept it, but it's kind of funny. Is Armored Core 6 speedrun really just play the game fast? Pretty much, yeah. That's about it. As far as I know, there are no, like, level skips or anything that are known about. So that could be 4. Do I have a 5th game I would want to submit? I love Lies of P, but, like, I feel like any of the other more active runners would be a better fit for running Lies of P. I could submit it just anyway. I feel like they'll never accept another Crab's Treasure again after the disaster that was the another Crab's Treasure race where they both got stuck on Firth. Which was a fun run. I liked watching it, but, like, it did suck that, like, half of the run was the stupid, inconsistent final boss. All because we decided in the rules that you're not allowed to use a glitch to invulnerability against him. Otherwise, you know, he would be consistent and not the worst thing ever. Like, I think, to this day, I think there would still be people, a lot more people actively running another Crab's Treasure, at least on and off, at least every so often, if we had not made that stupid ruling that everyone secretly hates, even if they won't admit it, that we're not allowed to use an invulnerability glitch on the final boss. We're allowed to completely skip every other boss in the game, but no, you can't invulnerability the final boss specifically. And he sucks. He's horrible as a boss. Maybe the worst speedrun boss in any game I've ever speedrun. He's fine casually, but not fine for a speedrun. As a P very rusty though? Yeah, but I'd have time to de-rust. But anyway, you know, that's maybe a reason not to submit another Crab's Treasure, even though it's a fun run. I could though try to redeem it and have a good showcase on the GDQ stage. I think the problem is I would want to run it with the invulnerability, but as long as it still remains banned in the rules, it would be like more of a showcase than an official speedrun. Which would be weird. Hi, I'm running this speedrun, but not following the speedrun rules. Like, what? Oh, that sucks. Right at the corner, so I couldn't get around him. We keep getting such unlucky ogres. It's weird. Normally, like, 80% of the time, he'll either grab or slam. And he has done the people's elbow or the running grab over half the time tonight. Which normally is in the extreme minority. Oh. Unrestricted? If there is an unrestricted category. The problem is if you do unrestricted, then it's faster not to do the fun stuff, but to instead activate a different glitch where you can just fly through the air. Like, you don't have to do the fun launches. You can just fly through the air. And so it's just a more boring category. It's like air swimming if you could just activate it anywhere and just swim wherever you wanted at any time. So instead of having to do the fun movement in Sekiro and then only air swimming for part of it, it's just start the game, activate air swimming, air swim to the end, you're done. You know, kind of a thing. It's like, oh, okay, well. Kind of lame. I'll be using a glitch for the final boss for mine and your convenience. Yeah, it's just not allowed. It's just not allowed. So it's just weird. It's unfortunate. There's no good category in Another Crab's Treasure. The fun category is ruined by a ruling that we voted on. We voted on. I got outvoted. I can't. But I think if everyone could go back in time, I think we would all take it back. I think it absolutely killed the speedrun scene. What should you do to get your name in a speedrun.com's ladder? Just submit a video and claim a spot? Basically, yeah. Just do a speedrun, follow the rules, and submit it. Yeah, that's about it. If you guys could make it fast, Archipelago would be cool at GDQ. Yes, I agree. We can see if we can submit to GDQ an Archipelago. The thing is, I think the coolest Archipelago to submit would be a DS 1, 2, and 3 Archipelago. Because it's thematic. It's not just a bunch of random games. But I think the best submitters for that would be Josh on DS3, Chris on DS2, and Aggie on DS1. Maybe Dom. Maybe, I don't know. Like, some combination of the four of them. So I wouldn't be a part of it. It's a great submission, and I think they should do that. But I don't think it's a me submission. I would absolutely commentate it, but... 19-hour GDQ Archipelago. Hell yeah. And I bet they could get the estimate to that to, like, 2.5 hours. If they really, like, grinded it. I guess they would need a submission video right now, though, which they don't currently have, so... Restricted category with invulnerability showcase on the last boss. Yeah. I mean, it would make it nice, but if no one is still running it, call another vote and stuff the ballot box with chat votes. No, that would be that's not happening. Any runner vote like that is voted on by runners. You would need to have submitted a run of the game to vote. Chat does not just get to vote. And everybody that still cares, that's still running Another Crab's Treasure, is probably fine with it. Because they're still running it. The problem is, we made a ruling that alienated everyone. Everyone left that didn't like that ruling. So who is left to oppose it? Nobody. They all left. Yes, 1, 2, 3 plus Elden Ring when? Well, Elden Ring needs to be worked on. We will absolutely do that, plus Sekiro. It's just going to be in like 6 months to a year when it finally gets finished. Why is he doing this? It's been like every time tonight that he's given me the unlucky attack. It has been like 7 in a row that he just will not give me a normal start. It's so weird.
Hydrate.
Archipelago would be good as a team race 2v2 same seed. I could see that. I don't know what 2 games you would pick that are thematic. They've had multi-world randomizers before for A Link to the Past and Super Metroid is just a common pairing that just has kind of become synonymous with multi-worlds. But something like Zelda plus Dark Souls could be funny. Like Ocarina of Time. But the problem is Ocarina of Time always takes forever. Kuro, why are you turning? We're getting so unlucky tonight. It's so weird. Is Crab Souls an Archipelago? It is, but it doesn't have good settings. Be a lot of fun. Same with Lies of P. Lies of P, I think I've heard now has good settings. I need to check out the Lies of P Archipelago. I know that it's in there. I don't know if the settings are good. The problem with Another Crab's Treasure was that you couldn't set the settings to only be like key important items. It was guaranteed to be every item in the game, and nobody knows every item in Another Crab's Treasure. Like, do you know every single spot that you can dig up a treasure if you have a fishing hook? I don't. So that was what got us in trouble the one time we did it. Was Parky had an item she needed that was just a random item that she didn't see. And it was like 6 hours in before she finally found it. And it was like to get started on the run. It was it kind of sucked. That sounds perfect for another 19-hour run. Yep. You and Parky digging with Hook. Yep. Maybe DS1 and DS3 since they aren't too long. I feel like at that point, why not just have DS1, 2, and 3? And at that point, don't make it a race. Like, I don't know. I feel like just a one, like, it's just too many. Like, 2v2 is kind of cool, but in a trilogy, why would you pick 2 of the trilogy? It just doesn't feel as nicely thematic, I feel like. IMO. Also, I should really highlight and submit my current Shura Glitchless PB. On the website, my PB is still like a 30-55 or something. Like a minute and a half slower than my actual PB. DS2 isn't a Miyazaki game. I mean, he was involved still. He may not have been the main game director, but he was absolutely involved on it. Sekiro plus Elden Ring in a 2v2 once they're both out would be cool. Oh, I agree with that. Maybe like me and Chris versus Aggie and Dom or something. Me and Aggie on Sekiro and Chris and Dom on Elden Ring, something like that. Or Josh on any of them. Having friends. I'm assuming it didn't finish, but what was the result of the Archie? It did finish. We went until it finished. We're not going to stop until it finished. We did have to hint a lot to get it to finish, but... Oh, it finished. That was not quite the normal movement I do, but it's fine. Again? How is he doing this so consistently? How is he so consistently doing the unlucky and rare thing? Didn't Chris and Josh do 2-player, 1-controller Sekiro run? There'll be a better chemistry. I mean, they are a very good chemistry, but I want to play Sekiro. I mean, it could be me and Aggie versus Chris and Josh. I just want to play. I just want to play. Is it so wrong for me to want to be a play? You say you're so unlucky, you get the rare unlucky RNG. Yep, and that keeps happening. Somehow. Some way. Cinema. No, it's definitely random. You do a specific movement so that if he does the grab, you automatically dodge it while attacking. I'll sleep somewhere around the 16-hour mark. I was watching since like hour 3. Nice. Well, you've always got the VOD to go back and watch for the finish. Also, it was really nice to do a an archipelago that lasted all the way through my regular stream time. Because I had this fear that, like, nobody likes to watch our collab content from my point of view. People obviously watch from other people's point of view. But I had this fear that, like, nobody likes to watch from my point of view. Because we always did it in the middle of the day. And, like, my numbers would be low. Which, I'm not a numbers guy. Like, it doesn't bother me that much. But when it went long enough that it hit into my stream time, it was like, oh, the numbers are back up to normal. People do like to watch. They just can't watch in the middle of the day because my audience, you know, is at work or sleeping during that time. I was like, okay, cool. Good to know that people like it. It's just the time of day that's usually weird. Haven't seen a Sekiro speedrun in a while. It's always good when you see it, because this game's so much fun. YouTube VOD only shows until 7 hours. There's 2 VODs. Had to split it, because it only shows up to 12 hours. So I had to split it. Should be the first 12 hours and then the remaining 7. Once again, the unlucky rare thing. I mean, maybe it's somehow a hardware thing. Who knows? Yo, thanks for the good luck. My stream schedule, most viewers are not from the US, yeah. A lot of Europeans. Oh, barely. Yeah, I mean, it totally makes sense. It's just... It's good to have confirmation of that, to not be worried that it's like... numbers are lower because people don't actually like it. Because that's what I care about. What I care about isn't the actual number. What I care about is, do people actually like it? Is it something people want to watch? A number is just a way to reflect that. Ow. Ah! That's... I mean, it doesn't matter, but, like, that's rare. Really not good luck on Gyobu. Multiple times I had to stop him from running. I think we'll still be in the green, but not by a lot. For Genichiro, after entering castle, try grappling from the right side of building. I think it's faster. I don't... What right side of what building? I don't enter the castle. I go to the front of the castle and then grapple up. Hey, look! In the green! But barely. I can tell you that my way of getting up to Genichiro is the fastest, except there's like technically one weird path thing that's apparently can be 0.2 seconds faster if done perfectly. But if you mess it up even a little tiny bit, then it's much slower instead. So I just don't do it. Hello? Really unlucky bull. We're in the red now. I mean, after entering the castle gate, just like in the world record. Yes, yes, I know of that path from the world record. You mean like this? The problem is doing it like this, which is how I do it, loses me time. It is slower. If I did it exactly perfectly, it would be 0.2 seconds faster, which again is not a time that I care about. And I'd have to, oh, come on. Well, rip the run. Run's dead. We were already behind and that loses like 5 seconds. Yeah, it's not faster for me. It's slower, much slower on average. You have to like frame perfect get the grapples for it to be faster, which is hard because it keeps trying to grapple you to the wrong spot. The green is overall. Or the red, as we are now. Horrible Genny luck as well. We'll do frontside dojo? Yep, just did. Technically PB is still possible. We'll continue, but the run is pretty dead. So far, unlucky ogre, unlucky Gyobu, unlucky bull, and unlucky Genny. Not that unlucky Genny. Like, the Genny was actually honestly fine. It just wasn't lucky enough to try to make up any of the time that we lost doing frontside incorrectly. For thrust attacks, is deflecting faster or Mikiri? Mikiri is faster, if you have it. We do not have Mikiri counter yet, but it would be faster by a lot to Mikiri than to thrust. Why wouldn't it let me talk to Kuro for so long? Am I tired from last night? Not really, no. I got some good sleep after. Oh, it didn't let me jump either. We're losing so much time to little stupid stuff. Yeah, this is 12 seconds faster than our average to this point. Or faster, did I say faster? Slower. 12 seconds slower. Usually it's an 11:30 on that warp. A good run is under 11:30, and then a bad run is usually like 11:30, like 4. So this is like 8 seconds worse than a bad run. I mean, I guess it's 7 seconds worse than our PB. Our PB was kind of a bad run, but... No, it's still possible to PB. It's still, you should continue. The PB chance right now is still higher than the PB chance of a run that just started. With less time left to go to commit to it. When is the time save? Mostly at the very end. Ape and Ishin. A little bit of Snake Eyes as well. Okay. Great, Roberto. We got unlucky with the attack, but the execution was perfect. Well, maybe that isn't such a bad attack. If that only loses 0.3, I was expecting to lose at least a second and a half. Maybe that attack is fine, actually. But that is the attack where you don't get a stagger before he does the angry combo. So I assumed it was very bad. Okay. A little spooky, but we got there. Yeah, say 0.5 second PB is still worth it. Basically for the practice. Like, even if this had no shot at PB, it might still be worth it. Might still be important. Nice. A little bit of time save. To finish out the run anyway for some practice in the end game. Putting it all together. So the fact that we can basically practice the end game and still have a chance at PB is a little double whammy that's like too good of a deal to pass up. If it was completely impossible to PB and we weren't really playing for anything, yeah, I might just reset. But over 1% chance. All right, we're gonna go no gachin. You gotta risk it for the theoretical potential biscuit. And there it is. No longer PB possible, but worth the risk, worth the try anyway. I'm gonna practice out the end anyway. You know what's funny is PB is actually still technically possible. Like, it won't happen, but technically, theoretically. Oh! little spicy there. Gold! Alright, thanks for the good luck. Such a hard boss, I know. Almost impossible. I saw the trailer for the Sekiro anime, and dear lord, does it look good. It does look quite good. The world record attempts use 3 ash instead of 4? No, 4 is the minimum. 4 is the absolute minimum. Most people use 5. Or 6. 4 is not exactly only for world records, but like is very risky. But I have been using 4 for a long time for getting world records in other categories. So while I may not be good enough for world record in this category, I have historically been good enough for world record in other categories, so I use 4. How much time is saved by doing the monkey's gotchiness? You lose time doing the monkey's gotchiness. You save time doing ogre gotchiness. You lose time doing monkey's gotchiness. So overall, doing the entire run gotchiness saves you a bit of time, like 3 or 4 seconds or something. Can you not? mean, I guess good thing he gave us horrendously bad luck on an already dead run, but... and not on a alive run. Yeah. 10 seconds lost due to bad luck. Maybe 2 of those were my fault. I don't think I got every headshot. I think I got 2 of the 3 headshots. So, 8-ish seconds lost to bad luck. Horrible Emma luck. What a good Ishin.
Sekiro yo. Te yarenuka.
All right, 29-29. I could take on Ishin. He's just an old man. Nothing could go wrong. What up, Numa? Numa? Always cool those mid-air deflects. I love those mid-air deflects. Yeah. So, to remind ourselves, that was from the top. I guess the ogre was good. Why did I think this one was a bad ogre? Whatever. Good ogre, bad Gyobu, horrible bull, bad Genichiro, although mostly my fault for missing the double canyon. All right, Roberto. I thought it was bad, but it actually wasn't. Unlucky Gunfort. Snake Eyes was Snake Eyes. It kind of just always works out that way. Really unlucky Guardian Ape. Really unlucky Emma. And average Ishin. So... the fact that that can get only 10 seconds off when almost every boss in the run was really unlucky, I mean, it's pretty good. Got done with a 20-hour stream and still is doing a Sekiro speedrun stream not even 24 hours later. Heck yeah. Just roll the die better. True. Oh, thanks for the good morning and the good luck. If you cheese Gyobu off the cliff, would it save you time? It sure would. Save you the time of having to submit your run, because it wouldn't be allowed in the glitchless category. How do you get back to the tutorial shelf item that requires the grapple above the water? I don't think I know what item you're talking about. But I would assume with the grapple, you'd come back later once you have the grapple. Water tunnel is the first item you see that's out of reach. I don't know what you mean by the water tunnel. You mean where Lone Shadow is? Or... tutorial area. Okay. The tutorial area is a big area. Before or after talking to Kuro? In the speedrun. In the speedrun where we speed through it, before or after talking to Kuro? Unlucky. Not horribly unlucky. At least he didn't do it to start, but... Before Kuro. Sure, let me start up a new game and direct me there. Just because now I'm curious what you're even talking about. I'm not resetting the timer because I'm not actually starting a speed run. I'm just gonna let the timer do its thing. And what are you talking about? Are you talking about here? That. You come back later when you have the grapple. And there'll be a lone shadow in here. He meant this. Yeah, you just come back later. I do now have to fully close the game. There are glitches that can be used to let you grapple before you have the grapple hook, but only if you have a ledge to hang on, and there's no ledge to hang on there, so I don't believe you could even glitch your way up to it before having the grapple. If you could, it would actually make Jimmy Skip free. We'd be able to do Jimmy Skip immediately, but we don't, and we can't. That item felt way more mysterious on your first run, which it is. I guess so. Anyway, I need to go to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back. The hardest boss for me casually was Sword Saint Ishin. Be right back. I'm back. Oh. Well, in my opinion, how much time would be saved if tutorial pop-ups weren't a thing? I mean, they aren't a thing because the timer takes them out. How much time do they lose in total in a run? Like 15 seconds, maybe? I don't know. Reminding you, the scheduled Team Hitless Yap session around 7 hours from now. Because I did have people forget before now, so I have to take time to remind everyone. Yeah. I remember. I'm staying up for it. There's no sleep happening between now and then. Uh-oh. OBS crash report? Hold. Are we still going? Are we... OBS hasn't crashed, right? You guys can still see and hear me, right? You're good? As long as I never touch OBS, it won't crash. There is a crash report being prepared. But as long as I never touch OBS, it shouldn't crash yet. If I touch it, though, it will crash. So... maybe not the best environment for speed running, where we're running on an OBS that thinks it has already crashed, but we have been there before, yep. Your entire makes the game crash? No. OBS is crashing for no reason, because OBS can just have some issues like that. OBS is a good program, but it's not... it's just OBS things. Do I have current world record? Not in Sekiro. Wormdog and Yuruka have basically made it their mission to make sure nobody else has world records. Let's change that then? Well, we can't change that today, or within a week, or probably within a month. If I really wanted one, which I kind of want another world record, it would be nice. It wouldn't stay. Wormdog would beat it again. But I kind of want another world record. I just would need to basically... basically, ask Wormdog if there's any records he'd be okay with me taking before he takes them back. Because otherwise... as soon as I start grinding on a category, Wormdog's just going to grind on it as well. And he's just ahead of me with having been continually playing this game for years while I've been doing Elden Ring and other stuff. So he would beat me to it. So I basically would need Wormdog's permission to have a record. Which I don't think he would. I feel like he enjoys not letting other people have the record. No, I would not say that. Does he stream? Yeah, he does. They're refusing to let those records go. Yep. Bad menuing. See, now he actually staggered. There we go. Mikundi, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Range. Ah. Can I give a dissertation about why Sekiro chose not to have an active stamina bar that drains during fights? You know, pretty much I could, yeah. Basically, because it's better in every way. Because it's a good game. Sam, Sekiro is good, but it's no Train Simulator 7. True. Did I not get the cutscene on Emma? What do you mean not get the cutscene? You just skip the cutscene after. Or is that not what you mean? You can just skip cutscenes in Sekiro. You can just press the button that skips them. One frame late on the swag jump. Okay. Not the worst for how kind of weird that was. Nah, too early. Too early of a double jump. Been a little while since I messed up that way for double canyon, but it was bound to happen eventually. Alright, have a good one, British Mango. How much time does jumping versus save versus walking? Not a lot. But enough that it's worth it to do because it's free. It's not like you're doing anything else. Probably like 0.1 seconds per jump or something. Why your message problematic didn't mean for it to be, was it the link? I didn't see your message, so I don't know, but I would assume it would be a link if it got auto-modded. Generally, just linking something out of the blue is not good to do. Only YouTube showed you stuff. Yeah. The auto-modding on Twitch is a lot nicer. Where it, like, asks you, like, was this about... you want to allow this? Okay, good recovery from missing the first hit. In the green. Very nice. Mention the speedrun website. Put his actual URL. Ah. Warm Dog is indeed gatekeeping records like crazy. Yep. He truly do be trying to have them all. Like a Pokemon trainer. Yeah, even though, yeah, speedrun.com, yeah, it's just speedrun.com. Still just better to avoid linking it. Am I gonna make a new tutorial version for Shura with new techniques? No plans to. Takes too much time and effort to do. I mean, I'd love to have it pre-made. I'd love to just post it, but taking the time to actually do it takes a really long time. I mean, my current tutorial is a great beginner's tutorial, and once you're no longer a beginner and you want more advanced stuff, usually people will know how to go and find stuff on their own. The only thing I would change from my current tutorial is the Snake Eyes strat. I think I recommended a bad strat. Otherwise, it's a great beginner's tutorial. Why do I feel that this run hinges on Gunfort RNG? That is one of the many things that it hinges on. It hinges on Ogre RNG, Gyobu RNG, Bull RNG, Genny RNG, Roberto RNG. Gunfort RNG, Ape RNG, Snake Eyes RNG, Emma RNG, Ishin RNG, and playing well. Do I do much modding on the Sekiro speedrun page? Not much. I'm kind of lazy. I like to be a, you know, good voice of reason for discussions.
Good luck, bitch.
Thank you for the good luck. But I did a lot of my time moderating runs, verifying them, and more recently, I just don't feel like I have the time. And by more recently, I mean for the last several years. So, shoutouts to the other verifiers that do a better job than me. Do I ever passionately give change feedback to Fortnite? I have never played Fortnite. So yes, every day I give them passionate feedback about how they should turn Fortnite into Sekiro. Nice. It was great, helped you a lot when starting out. That's awesome. It seems to me, yeah, most people's introduction, and I still am proud of it as an introduction. Aside from the one Snake Eyes strat. How's your character so fast? That's just how fast Sekiro is. He just runs fast. Someone catching a Final Fantasy VII speedrunner cheating. Some wild stuff. Made you realize how important speedrun verification can be. That was either a Carl Jobst video or an Abysssoft video. You could check either of those creators and probably find it. Felt slow? Just hold the sprint button. How does verifying a run work exactly? Are you allowed to speed up or skip certain parts? Yeah. Yeah, you can. It's all just, you know. I mean, it's recommended to watch it all in full, but if it's, you know, if it's 100th place on the leaderboard, like, you know, you mostly just check the things that somebody in 100th place would probably accidentally forget. You check if they're blocking some UI elements, like up there's the saving and the, like, experience and stuff. You check, you know, the other corners for the UI elements. You check, you know, if they submitted a glitchless run. You check they didn't do a glitch to kill Yobu or a glitch to, you know, skip Ogre or anything like that. You look at for all the ways that someone in that position would likely not be following the rules. If you're watching someone who's in the top 5, now all of a sudden you got to look and be like, okay, could they have, you know, used any sort of speed ups? Could they have tried to cheat in some way? Could they have, you know, used undo software in addition to all the normal stuff? So that's when you probably, top 5 runs, top 10 runs, whatever, you probably want to watch it real time and check, you know, every so often and be like, did that make sense? Does this look like what somebody would do? What's the most satisfying speedrun game for me? This one. I have done all of this, yes. I have yet to personally catch any cheaters. I have only caught people who accidentally didn't show part of their UI or didn't have their live split set up correctly or things like that. Hard to moderate sometimes. Yeah, I mean, it's... At the end of the day, everyone is a speedrun moderator. Verifier. A checker. Someone who can find evidence of cheating. Just because we are the moderators doesn't mean we're the only people to find evidence of foul play. More often, which isn't often at all for something like Sekiro, it's found by just after the fact people watching the run and going, hey, wait a minute, moderators, you missed this. And then us looking at it and going, you're totally right, we did miss that. We'll catch the obvious stuff, right? We're the first line of defense, but it's not as though if we verify a run, that means it's definitely not cheated and we're never looking at it again. Because a lot of the ways that people cheat is not super obvious because they don't want to get caught. So there is some stuff that we could definitely catch. We caught somebody who, we assume accidentally, had a weird patch going with their game that was a mix between 2 patches where they had the mortal draw damage of 1.04 or 1.06, which is buffed, but they had no kill plane above the folding screen monkeys, which, like, isn't possible for those two things to coexist. And we have no idea how, even if, like, it was cheated, how would you even do that? And do it on purpose? It made no sense. But we did catch that because we were like, wait a minute. Why are they mortal drawing so much? And why is it doing so much damage? Even though they have to be on 1.02 because they fell into the folding screen monkeys. A lot of other ways are more subtle. Do you have any idea what the tool is no-hit runners use to track? That would be Hit Counter Manager. Or you can have like a plugin within Live Split to keep track of it in there, which I think usually is kind of nicer. But I think the common tool is Hit Counter Manager, which is a program I don't particularly like, but I think it's the common one. Did you like Blasphemous, even though it was in Archie? It was fun, yeah. A little unfortunate, but not too bad. Oh, thanks for the good luck.
Percent raw input, percent.
Ah, late. New tool called Auto Hit Counter that tracks IGT hits and splits for you. Oh, that's nice. I'll have to get that then. Yo, the Elden Lord, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Ah. Hmm. Oh, come on. That should have made it. How many hours do I have in Sekiro? Like 4,000 something. Is there a particular reason I'm doing these runs? No, just for fun. Just because I know I can get a better time. Do I think I could beat Sekiro 10 times hitless if Mr. Beast offered $10 million? Do you mean just do it 10 times in a row, or... I keep restarting? Because it's a speedrun. You restart a speedrun when you lose too much time, so you're not gonna get a good run. Ten times in a row. The strategies I have used have been for a hitless speed run, which is not made for consistency, but if you gave me some time to train, I could. Have I no-hit this game all bosses? Nope. I've only done Shura and Immortal Severance hitless. Doing, like, really long runs hitless doesn't excite me that much, because I like to go fast. Spent all of yesterday and this morning to watch the full Archie. Nice. DVD was using the auto-hit counter. He actually discovered a new hit that he'd been taking, which only dealt like 1 damage. The Mimic Tears transforming in Nokron. Ah. Yeah, that does. Yeah. That does do damage. Don't know what is Shura and the other name. What are the different categories? They're different endings. Shura is the short bad ending, and Immortal Severance is the regular ending. Don't know why he doesn't stagger anymore. He used to stagger. And now he just doesn't stagger. I like Sekiro more than Elden Ring. Because the combat is just much better. Did you see the Sekiro anime trailer? Yep, looks good. Are there bows in Sekiro? No. That's Elden Ring is 4.5 hours only beating Consort Radon. Ah, so the defeat consort category. 4.5 hours? I mean, that's not so bad. If you grinded it down, I'm sure you could get it easily under 2. Followed some speedrun strats. That is a fun category, the defeat consort, but unsurprisingly, a lot of RNG. Every category in Elden Ring was a lot of RNG. On Speedrun Dark Souls 1, all bosses glitchless. Your PB is 1 hour 48. That sounds good. I don't know how fast those runs are, but that sounds like a very good time. That sounds like I'd be very happy with that. Because then I could do Dark Souls 1, all bosses, and refund it. And it would probably mean I'd be able to, you know, pretty confident do like a Dark Souls 1 randomizer. Okay. Not bad. The record is 1 hour 10. Just grinded for a week, then tried doing no-hit runs. Or no-hit runs and speedruns. Ah. Ah, just barely off. No, runs are way more chill. Yes. Yes. But they're like too chill. I think just no hit without any speed kind of bores me. Like, it's a cool, exciting, you know, showcase of skill, and I like to watch it more than I like to run it, because setting up for, you know, a really long time, and then the boss is just like, you know, instant killed or stagger locked so that they can't do anything, or, you know, something like that. I have no problem with doing any of that. It's just not that interesting to me. Like, if you find a way to do that in a speed run, where you can instant kill or stagger lock or whatever, it's like, oh, okay. It's still interesting because there's still the movement, there's still the how to set it up. It still might be, yes, you can stagger lock the enemy, but if you do it this way, it's faster, but there's a risk that they'll get out. Like, there's always a push and pull in speedruns, even if something feels entirely scripted. Whereas in a hitless, if it's scripted and it just works, there's nothing to, like, draw me in. There's nothing to make me that interested in it. If it's just, yeah, you just do this and you win. That's it. Which, like, if you're being optimal on hitless, you should just win. Like, you know. It's a good thing to do and a good thing to be, but it's not... It doesn't excite me about it. Allowing any percent glitchless PB of 124 something. Part of you wants to go for sub 120, but the prospect of using door quit outs haunts you. Door quit outs are not your only point of improving, but your PB run was about the best you could squeeze out of the route you made. I mean, you could copy, not the world record route, but a Bloodhound's Fang route that's fun. And I'm sure you could get even like under an hour without quitting out, probably. It's just, yeah. Making your own route is hard. SL1, RL1 is more entertaining to watch, yeah. I mean, those are also fun, but I guess, you know, it depends also. SL1 or RL1 with no other restrictions is fun, but too easy for, like, a real, like, challenge run. Not too easy for, like, a first challenge run or just something to do for fun, but, like, if I've got infinite tries at level 1 and I just have to win once ever, it's like, it's not that hard to do. Because I've also done, like, I've done all Remembrance bosses, level 1 speed runs for the Dist bounty. And that was, like, a month or two after the game came out. Maybe longer. Maybe it was, like, 3 or 4 months. But not too long after the game came out, we were doing all of the major bosses at level 1 in a speed run. And then later, when the DLC came out, we were doing all of the major bosses in the DLC at level 1 in a speedrun. So, you know, doing a level 1 run is fun, but once you're good enough, you kind of need to combine it with hitless or combine it with speedrun in order to be like a real challenge. We will be in the red because I missed the swag jump, probably. What I like about speedrunning is putting the time in, learning a run, and then grinding till you get it. Yep. Got stuck on his leg a little. Doing AP1 Sekiro wasn't bad, but you just can't defeat Emily Ishin for like 3 hours and you quit. They're tough. When I was first learning the speedrun, I mean, you don't do them technically at 1 AP, but kind of close. Yeah, I got stuck on them for a very long time. They can be very consistent if you learn them, but it does take a lot of learning. Nice. Please be normal this time, Ogre. Half normal. Not really normal anymore. Ogre's been truly unkind tonight. I think he's given us actually normal RNG like twice. Ah. And Double Canyon has just been kicking my butt. Okay. All right. Nice. Anyone know any combat-focused game like Sekiro? I mean, I feel like pretty much every action RPG is combat-focused. Especially Souls-likes. But if you want it like Sekiro, there really is nothing like Sekiro except for Sekiro and a free-to-play ripoff called Kanagi Usagi. Other than that, for some reason, no other game has actually tried to make Sekiro's combat. They just make Dark Souls combat with a perfect block. Do you see Sifu combat as the closest to Sekiro? I don't know. I've watched it. It doesn't really look that close to me at all, but I haven't played it yet. But it does not look even remotely close to me, just as an outside observer. I mean, it looks fun. It is a game that I should try at some point. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I don't know when I can get that. Kinda poor timing on that. Alright, nice ogre. There we go. Night Rain's Executor is Sekiro 2? Not even close. Night Rain's Executor has no, like, thought required in the deflections. You just press the block button, like, at any time within the same calendar year, and it happens. Not to mention there being no sweep stomps, no Mikiri counters. There is still grab dodges in Elden Ring, but no enemies interacting with your attacks. They just continue doing what they're gonna do. Well, little enemies you can stagger, but quite far. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I should have just let my menu be slightly messed up for a while. It was not worth the time to fix it. Double unlucky. And no headshot. Okay, already like 4 seconds lost on Gyobu. Haven't even done the second phase yet. Why would you do that attack? Oh! Was that a random headshot? Taimizi is some fun deflect-based combat, but not very akin to Sekiro in other aspects, unfortunately. Yeah. Taimizi is fun. I do like me a deflect-based game. They're just still never actually Sekiro. But they are fun. Sifu's combat looks like its entire own thing to you, at least. Yeah. Nice. Kanagi begs to differ. I mentioned that one. I did mention that one. That's the only one that's the same, because it's exactly the same. All right, we'll take that. No. Very nice. We got Sekiro 2, but the chances are really low. Yeah. Doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. Unlucky. Nice. Yo, what up to Goblin King? Okay, good end. Good end to Genny. Only Souls game with no DLC too. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, that was a really good Genny. The only thing that sucks is we got the arrow in phase 1. Completed the Hunter's Journal in Silksong. Wow. Must have taken a long time. I did not have the patience for that. Sekiro 2, they will fix dead angling. Why would they? It's working exactly how it's supposed to. The only way to quote-unquote fix dead angling would be to make the game worse. Because you would either have to make it so that enemies don't... You'd either have to make it so enemies behind you flinch when you're attacking in the opposite direction of them, which would look unnatural, feel unnatural, and make group combat be weird. Or you'd have to make enemies not stagger when you hit them directly on their health bar. But that's a lot of the fun of Sekiro's combat, is like, if you can hit them while they're not blocking, they like stagger and then turn to face you and then block the next hit. And if you don't fix either, if you don't change, I should say, either of those two things, you can't fix dead angling. So you would necessarily have to make the game worse if you wanted to prevent a speedrun strategy that does not affect anyone negatively in any way, just makes the game more fun for people who like to use it. It's not required. Special place like behind a door in Genichiro fight. They could just learn on their mistakes. It does not require a special place, no. We do it on like half the bosses in this run. We do it on Emma, we do it on Ishin, we do it on Genichiro, even if there wasn't a door. We do it on... Maybe that's all for this run, because it's pretty short. There's not a lot of bosses to it. You can do it on Butterfly, you can do it on Owl, you can do it on... Father Owl. You do it a little bit on Sword Saint, although it's not really faster. Aside from just on the mortal draws themselves. You do it on Lone Shadow. Oh, Snake Eyes. Not in this run, because we have mortal draw, which is faster. Yes, you can do it on Snake Eyes. Now, if they completely change around the combat system, if they made a Sekiro 2 entirely, and it just happens to not enable dead angles, you know, sure, that's fine. But I wouldn't want them to just, on purpose, make the game worse to be like, haha, and now you can't dead angle. Because we've removed, you know, all flinching from enemies or something. It'd be like, well, the whole combat falls apart if enemies don't flinch. I should have gotchined. This is a good enough run. I don't need to risk it like this, but oh well, too late. No! Unlucky. Ah. What about option 3? Add different jump tables for different angles, sizes of hitboxes, then improve on the parry function to have more granularity in the decision tree and add extra jump tables closer to the hitbox. I'll be honest, I don't know what a jump table is. Can you describe what a jump table is? Don't dead angles all work by either rotating the hitbox after the jump table, I don't know what that is still, to check for blocking, or by having the attack angled so far the AI script assumes it doesn't hit when it actually does. Both can be fixed with extra precision. Sure. When was the last run I finished? Like 2 hours ago or something. It actually died in Gunfort, but didn't fall. So we could still continue it. What if FromSoft made a more action-focused game like Ninja Gaiden or Devil May Cry? I think they could pull it off. Yeah, but I think it'd be bad. They could, I mean, they could pull it. Not bad. It would be not what I would want or any of their fans would want. FromSoft fans are not Ninja Gaiden fans. Well, there is overlap. There are people that like both, but the FromSoft style is not the Ninja Gaiden style. Jump tables are flags in the animations, so like there are jump tables that allow canceling animations. Ah, gotcha. Okay, the parts in the animation. Yes. The jump table, yes. Rotating the hitbox after the jump table to check for blocking. That's one way. That's 180 dead angles, yes. Or by having the attack angled so far the AI script assumes it doesn't hit when it actually does. Yes, those are just, I guess you'd say, regular dead angles. But both can be fixed with other extra precision. Not really, because like the precision that you're talking about is like trying to precisely map every single enemy model to every single attack that you can do so that every single attack they know exactly in what positions of the enemy it would hit or wouldn't hit. That's absurd. That's an absurd, I think, thing to say that they should put work into. That's tens or hundreds of hours of work, probably hundreds of hours of work to make sure that for every single enemy in every single position they could be in a 360 degree around you, plus how far away they are forward and backwards, that they know exactly whether every hit, for each hit of your attack animation, which is a 5-hit string, 6 if you count blocking, including combat arts, which have different hitboxes, that they would know every single one whether it's going to hit them or not. Now that I think about it, that's thousands of hours of work. That is thousands of hours of work in order to try to prevent them. Like, I guess theoretically it's possible. You're right. They could put in thousands of hours of work to make the game worse for speedrunners and no better for casual players. They could. You're right. I really hope they don't. I really hope they don't spend thousands of hours on that. Getting every single enemy in the game, knowing every single attack and combat art and prosthetic, etc., whether it will hit them while you're facing away. I really hope they just keep the simple current system of if you're in front, they try to block. If you're behind, they don't try to block. And allowing some hitboxes to hit behind your character. Because I mean, like, it would just, I think that's absurd. I think that's absurd, personally. You can say you would want them to put that effort in, but I think there is nobody that benefits from it. Oh, I forgot to close the game. There is only people that get harmed by it. So I don't think it's ever worth it to put in a ton of effort into making your game less fun. And all you would do if you implemented that would be make your game less fun. IMO. And game resources. Yeah, and then the checks would become super complicated for enemies. It could actually be a downside for people with worse computers. The game would actually lag more running all those checks. Like, I think that's, yeah, possible, but I don't think that would be a good idea. Character action flags. Oh, I think I have seen that in Dark Souls Animation Studio. Like, the system they've got works great. Casual players, it works perfectly. Like, if you're playing the game normally, works perfectly. And if you're a speedrunner, like, there's no problem with dead angles. We're happy to have them. As long as you don't start all of a sudden accidentally dead angling everything as a casual, I don't think there's any need to fix it. Is Sekiro 60 FPS locked? It is, yes. Little unfortunate, you know, it'd be cool if it could be higher, but I don't mind it from a speedrunning perspective that it's 60 FPS locked, because it evens the playing field for everyone. There's no possibility that somebody on a supercomputer is all of a sudden getting a big advantage because they have a higher frame rate. Sucks for casually playing because games just look nicer at higher FPS, like 120-ish. But, or higher even than that, but let's say 120 as like a, you know, as a nice, if you can hit 120, it's gonna look pretty good. But yeah, I think it's fine for speedrunning for it to be locked at 60. You dead angled Ishin without knowing what it was. I've been wondering why it was so easy all this time. How did you dead angle Ishin without knowing what it was? Describe that to me. Because I'm curious, because all the ways that I know... Oh, you were memeing. Oh, okay. I was like, that would actually confuse me. Because all the ways that I know to dead angle Ishin are, like, really hard to do, actually. Like, he is hard to dead angle. Speedrunning, it's like, this takes effort. Let's see. Is there any boss I could see somebody actually accidentally dead angling? Technically, you can kind of accidentally dead angle Lone Shadow. Just playing normally. While locked on, sometimes your attack will just kind of miss him, and then he stops blocking, and then it hits him at the very end. And that's kind of a dead angle. Well, it's a little different. Okay. No way such a system would actually require a lot of CPU power relative to everything else. Often dead distance Owl Father. Ah, yes, you do often dead distance Owl Father, regular Owl as well, and even Ishin on his dodge move, Shura Ishin. Which is kind of cool. Casually, when I hit that, when I was just at the right distance, that it hit and they didn't block, I was like, oh, that's cool. I wonder if I could do that again. And then you die trying it again. Yes, Animation Studio, on that, in CO, you'll find there's an attack signal that the player sends out in the form of a bullet. 3 frames before the damage hitbox spawns. I don't have all the details on hand, but this thing should trigger the shoot reaction function in Lua. Oh. Home with the super knowledge. So it just sends it out everywhere in front of you? Does it have like a distance to it? Lady Butterfly gets hit randomly so many times for you, I think because of the jumps. Oh yeah, Lady Butterfly it can happen on as well. Yeah. Lady Butterfly also, people will intentionally not dead angle, but they'll intentionally dodge behind her to hit her while she can't block to get her health down is a very common thing to do. I don't know. Okay. Also how kanjis works. The enemies shoot bullets at you to trigger the kanji effect. Wait, that's cool. I didn't know that. That's called Dead Distance. I had never heard that name before, but I like the name. I know what it means if you say Dead Distance. It's a good description. But I guess if you had the bullets shoot also behind you everywhere where your blade was going to hit, that would, like, kind of fix dead angling. It wouldn't fix 180 dead angling, but it would kind of fix static dead angling. But I think it would also look and feel weird. I think having enemies behind you block would still feel weird. But maybe that'd be okay. Not if it's, like, way behind you. Like, then it would just look silly. You turn around, swing away from enemies, and they're all, like, stun-locked, trying to block while you're just swinging in a different direction. It would be absurd, but... It's like a bad idea to shoot that many bullets that can mess with performance. Okay, so the solution that we're thinking of actually could mess with performance. Interesting. I don't know. I like the current system. I think the current system works great for casuals and great for speedrunners. So I'm okay with not changing it if they made a sequel. However, I know FromSoft does like to screw over speedrunners, so they maybe would try to fix it, even if I don't think they should. Not quite. You think all this cheese boss fights should be banned in Glitchless? I think the things that should be banned in Glitchless are already banned in Glitchless. And I think the things that should not be banned in Glitchless are not banned in Glitchless, with 2 exceptions. I think the Monk instant kill should be banned, because it's a glitch. And I think the Roberto quick fall should not be banned, because it feels to me like it is well within the spirit of how you're supposed to fight Roberto. You're supposed to make him fall. But outside of those 2 things, I think the rules for Glitchless are very correct. Oh, also I think quit outs should be allowed, because quitting out is not a glitch. And it can't be abused as much as in Souls games, where it is allowed in Glitchless, where they quit out every 5 seconds and it's boring. In Sekiro, you would quit out like 3 times in a Shura run and like 6 times in an all bosses run or something. In my estimation, you can't fix dead angles with the current implementation without going the route of disabling moving while attacking, but I might be wrong. Even if you did disable moving while attacking, wouldn't that only fix 180s and not static dead angles? Not that it matters. Do I have world record? No, I do not. What makes you think the monk thing is a glitch? Just because it is. It just objectively is. In no particular order. All the ways that it's a glitch, because it's a glitch in multiple ways. Number 1, you are damaging a boss without it aggroing you. That is, in general, in Souls games considered a glitch. Something like there's a fog wall and you throw fire bombs over the fog wall and kill the boss while it's not active yet is generally considered a glitch. So there's one. You are damaging a boss while it is inactive and it doesn't see you. It somehow doesn't notice you. That's generally considered a glitch. Including staggering it with the ash. Additionally, you are performing a death blow that the enemy does not have. There is no way to stealth death blow the fake monk, but there is a way to stealth death blow the true monk, and that property transfers over. So it is not just like a kill that is supposed to happen, but you're doing it in a weird way. It's a kill that's entirely not supposed to be possible at all, but it's using a glitch of the model being similar to the model of the true monk, and so therefore you can perform a death blow at a time when the enemy is not death blowable. It is a not possible thing to happen that you're forcing to happen anyway. What else? Those are maybe like the biggest two. In general, sneaking around behind the boss so that it doesn't see you in the boss arena. The boss is supposed to see you when you walk into the arena. It's supposed to be active. They just missed. They made its like activation like a big rectangle. So as long as you go around the outside, like it just doesn't activate. They just kind of missed that part of the area. Which, if that were the only part, I'd be fine with. I would be fine if you just walked around, opened the fight, and then hit her, but that combined with the rest of it is, yeah. So be able to dead angle a little bit, yeah, but you would not be able to do chains. It's like super weird to fix totally. Or, well, you could still do chains, but you need multiple things working together to fix it, and all of it kind of breaks the game. Yeah, that's why I said, like, I'm okay with just leaving it as is. Is the Phase 2 Deathblow of True Monk intended? Yes, the Phase 2 Deathblow of True Monk is intended. It's the only reason that she is the only major boss that can be stealth deathblowed, is because of it is intended that you stealth deathblow her second phase. There's a reason there is no other major boss in the entire game that can be stealth deathblowed. There are minor bosses that can be stealth deathblowed, but there is no other major boss that can be stealth deathblowed at all, because you're not intended to stealth deathblow any major boss at any time ever. The exception, True Monk, second phase, that's intended. Tree is there for a reason, yes. That's because I genuinely don't know, by the way, not to be opposing it. Yeah, that's fair. And I have no problem with going over it. Do I want world record? I mean, it would be nice, but I can't get it. It would take way too long. That angle or dead stance on Al and others is super fixable, though. Just make sure the bullet things reach 5 to 10% longer. But I like that I like the dead distance. I like that. It's fun. I don't want them to, they could fix that. They could fix that. It'd be fine. But I don't want them to fix that. What am I doing looking up slightly? What's world record nowadays? Yaruka has it for glitchless, and Wormdog has basically every record for glitched. Just a number in the parry function. 99% of enemies use the same one. Has nothing to do with bullets. A number in the parry function? But didn't we just say the entire way that an enemy decides to block or not is whether the bullet you send out hits them, making them decide to block? Why is Jimmy Skip not utilized more? Well, it's utilized 100% in the category that allows it, which is unrestricted. You mean, like, why isn't it allowed in more categories? Because it requires a force quit wrong warp, and people decided that they think that that's kind of boring. Kind of too hard for people, basically. So it gets quarantined off into its own unrestricted category. But it's fully utilized there. What is Jimmy Skip? It's a skip in the tutorial where you have to lure over the general, because he's just tall enough that you can do a jump off of his head to get on top of a roof, to get out of bounds, to go straight from the tutorial area into the abandoned dungeon, perform a force quit wrong warp, which brings you in bounds, so that then you can activate the idol at the abandoned dungeon, go back into the tutorial, finish the tutorial, get your arm chopped off so that you have the grapple, and then you still have the abandoned dungeon idol that you then warp to, and you get to skip going through, like, Ogre Gyobu Bowl. That was interesting. Was the madman who found that? Distortion 2 found the large majority of it. Also, Panic found some of it. Am I right? Was it Panic? And then I was the first person to use the force quit wrong warp to finish it, to, like, I technically put in the one last star on the Christmas tree to make it fully viable. Everyone else did like 99% of the work. I did the last 1%. Normal attacks work like this. If AI 1 is in combat with Entity A, Entity A has the JT76. Then A1 gets its goal.interrupt. function triggered. Interrupt type called something like parry timing and uses for parry enemies trigger common parry, which system checks but has no further information. Distances and such are defined for when to parry. That all sounds probably correct, but is a little too technical for me to follow. Basically, there is a function called that tells the enemy whether or not to block, basically. But I think Holm maybe is saying that only the goal.interrupt function is triggered. Like, that happens only if the bullet that is sent out when you attack collides with them, is what Holm was saying. So, while you're, you know, maybe correct on that, they decide whether or not to block. Specifically, like, their AI is doing that based on this. The only reason their AI even checks whether they should block is because of the bullet that gets sent out. So maybe the bullet is first has to hit them, then the distance is checked. So if Holm is saying if the bullet didn't even hit them in the first place, they wouldn't even check the distance. So it's kind of like a two-way. Both the bullet has to be long enough for them to check, and their check has to be a long enough distance for them to decide to block. Or something. I don't know. I'm just trying to put together the information that has been typed into the chat. Okay. Not the worst. I feel like I'm missing the required reading for that message. Yeah. It's very technical. When an enemy entity in combat has a flag on their animation. Even if the enemy was behind 50 walls, that would happen has nothing to do with the bullets. Huh. They use the same terminology, so have no clue. Okay, well. It would seem the programming is still a mystery. I appreciate the Insomniac-friendly West Coast streams. Heck yeah. The EU time zones friendly streams. One or the other. Early Europeans, late Americans, right on time Australians. Grinding after that 19-hour archipelago. Heck yeah. custom deflect function for your Ishin, and it was problem for a bit that Ishin would try to block you even when on the other side of the map. Ah. He caged for so long yesterday, I understand why he is the only one already streaming. Just wants to game and now he can. I think mostly it's just the schedule. Like my schedule, I happen to wake up at 8 p.m. when all of us probably woke up. And be right on time to stream. And for everyone else it was, oh, this is way after I would normally stream. Not all linear sequence you can read. Even trying to follow the trail, you can sometimes end up on dead ends. Ah. But enough about that. Gaming. I do love ending the conversation with, but enough about that. No, not the running grab. You're not supposed to do that. I hate when he does abnormal stuff. Who makes the rules for glitchless? If people think monk shouldn't be allowed, why not change it? I make the rules for glitchless, along with Holm and Wormdog and all the other speedrun.com moderators. But we make the decisions based on community sentiment, and the community sentiment for should we change a rule and take the entire leaderboard and delete it, it would just be deleted. The whole leaderboard would be deleted overnight. The community sentiment is, let's not do that. Let's not delete the entire leaderboard. That's the community sentiment. The ruling class of Sekiro speedruns. Yep. Could we make an executive decision and nuke the entire leaderboard overnight in order to change the ruling? We could. I wouldn't want to. I don't know about that one. You can't change glitchless rules because it ruins all the runs on it. Yeah, exactly. Why not create a new category called real glitchless? Yeah, let's make a new category every time we want to change any rule. Yep. 1,000 categories on the board. Even if you did, let's say we made a new category true glitchless. Most people, not all people, most people would stick with the current category because it's got history, because it's got the 2759, this mythical goal to hit, because it's got, you know, all this stuff about it. We would fracture the boards with very little gain. While we're at it, make a new all bosses, mini bosses where you actually have to fight all bosses, high tutorial Genny. Then also make you have to fight the Shura bosses. It's a run that requires New Game Plus. Then now we're talking. Now we're talking. And in fact, while we're at it, you also have to fight the inner bosses. So it requires one playthrough, a second playthrough for Shura, and all the gauntlets. Except for Mortal Journey. You don't have to do Mortal Journey. I'm in. Can you get on the committee? Your PB is a humble 40 hours. That is pretty good. Need to fight the Carp Tender and Kumano as well. Who is Kumano? I know the Carp Tender. Carp Tender? No boss health bar, though. No boss health bar. I mean, if we're doing all copies of bosses, then you'd also have to fight, Jinzaimon, because he's a copy of a general. DNF refunded. Also need to kill Great Carp. Very much not a boss, but do it anyway. Kumano does, though. He's the samurai chasing Orin's music. No, that's Jinzaimon, right? Jinzaimon, Kumano. Oh. All I know is because it's Jinza's Jizo. He has a boss bar? I guess that would be the only way you'd even know his name. Well, maybe he tells you, actually. He has a boss health bar? I can't say I recall ever seeing that. Send me a picture of that. I want to see that. Are you sure? I'm down if so. Killed him for fun on some runs, yeah. If you hit him, he has a health bar. I mean, he has a health bar, not a boss health bar, though. No top left bar like a boss. Right, right. The cart vendor also has a health bar. It's just over his head like a regular enemy. Go test right now to make sure you're not lying. Yep. Otherwise, my whole life will be a lie. Turned on you if you killed Orin too early. And that he was just general moveset. Yeah. Nice. Good ogre. He has a health bar if you send him to abandoned dungeon instead of Mibu Village. Oh, red-eyed version does? Because I was doing that for bingo testing, and I don't remember him having a health bar, but... You have a tip for Blazing Bull. Deflect him. Stand in front of him so that he charges at you. Deflect him so that he's staggered for a while. Dash forward and hit him in the head. Dang it. If you count these fights in, you'd also have to do Dojun quest for the duo fight. Yep. Yep, you would. You know, we already have to do the whole, you know, Father Owl's Bell Charm quest, so. Also kill every lone shadow. Those ones, I mean, most of them definitely do not have a health bar, a boss health bar, and respawn infinitely, so I guess you'd be stuck killing them infinitely if you counted them. If you engage him where in the reservoir where you first meet him, he does not have one. I swear I've seen it before, though. Somebody said if you do the full Dojun quest and send him there and do the red eyes, carp, and all of that. Somebody said if you do all the red eyes stuff, that he will have a boss health bar at the end of all that. We just killed video for both dungeon duo fights, and they also don't have it there, so I'm pretty sure they just don't have it. Okay. Yeah, I think they just don't have it. I think we have somehow conjured up an imagined boss health bar for them. Isn't a speedrunner on the committee like insider trading? How can we trust you won't abuse your power to veto strats you aren't good at? Oh no, they're catching on. They know. But see, the thing is, if I'm bad at the strats, then everyone is bad at the strats, so they should be vetoed. I'm just doing it for the good of everyone else. I just know what we all want. Even basic Ashina soldiers have a posture regenerating move like Owl. I don't think I did know that. Lone shadows are so fun to fight when before you were scared to fight them. They are a fun fight. Lone shadows are fun. Snake eyes are fun. Centipedes are fun. Drunkards are really fun if you get them 1v1. Unfortunate that they put them in a whole bunch of enemies, so I feel like you get less locking in and learning their moves and more like, I'm just gonna run around and poke them because I don't have to do that again. Drunkard best mini boss easily. Again, if you get to fight him one-on-one, I agree. Drunkard is so much fun. Only mini boss you hate is Headless. I agree. Don't like Headless. I wonder if maybe you've seen it on an old patch then. It's always possible. I know speedrun games Make a mod that one of the speedrun mods made required in the vanilla any percent. Wait, what? Made a mod that one of the speedrun mods made required in the vanilla any percent. I think you might be using mod for two different contexts of mod there. They made a modification to the game that one of the speedrun moderators decided everyone has to use, is what you're saying? And you think it was a dumb modification of the game that shouldn't have been required by the moderator? Expand on that. What game, what mod? Was this... Was it just like... They just decided you needed to use it? It wasn't like for a speedrun purpose? God Sekiro was a FromSoft game, so I was quite pissed at the amount of fights. You don't get to do 1v1 in the game. Yeah. I mean, I feel like, and maybe this is cope and it's just my bias for Sekiro, but I feel like it's not so bad in Sekiro because of the stealth mechanics and the speed at which you can... Hey, he staggered this time. The speed at which you can, like, you know, dart around and all that, that often, if a boss is surrounded by enemies, you can much more easily just kind of take them all out beforehand. Whereas in something like Elden Ring, it'll be like, oh, here's this cemetery shade with a bunch of skeletons in the boss battle. Yeah, they're just attacking you. Yep, and they've got bows and stuff. Yep, no, they're all just attacking you while you try to deal with the cemetery shade. Or like, oh, Commander O'Neill or Commander Niall. Yeah, they just summon extra guys and they're just fighting you. Much less opportunity to just, like, clear out the battlefield beforehand. So while I still don't think it's necessarily great for a lot of Sekiro's encounters, I think it's less bad than some of the other FromSoft games. Oh, well, that's probably just a reset. Unless somehow... Unless somehow this Gyobu still ends up being not that bad, but I highly doubt it. Yeah, I don't mind them in Sekiro. Yeah, I think they're... I mean, I mind them. I think the drunkards would be a lot better if you didn't have to go through a whole stealth section beforehand. It's basically like a really long run back. But I would rather have that than, like, Commander O'Neill. It's the lesser of two evils, but still evil. Rada 1 is kind of a BS area. Especially because all of them are looking the same direction, so you can't sneak up without getting spotted. You can a little, but... yeah, it's not quite so easy. How did that end up as actually an okay Gyobu? Like, how are we in the green? How did this happen? I almost insta-reset when I got hit, but... I guess it's fine. What? That's not supposed to happen. I mean, I guess we're not that far in the red, but that does suck a lot. Oh, I should have idled. We're so low health. We might just die here. A couple shurikens and the run is over. I mean, if it is, whatever. It's not like this wasn't a good start. Okay, we're fine. As long as I don't really make a mistake and get hit here. Weird timing. Holm, do you know if there's a way to interrupt that one if he does it on the second hit? I don't think the second hit interrupts, does it? I know the third one doesn't. Well, the third one usually doesn't. There's like a way to if you like angle, right? I think the second one also doesn't, but the fourth, fifth, and first always interrupt. I think it's 2 and 3 that don't. All right, great. Final phase. Funny boss. All right. Would have been a gold if not for the arrow, I think. I don't know why that took so long for me to be able to talk to him, but it's fine. Long may the shadows reflect made you warm up to some ads and fights, though? Why? What about it made you warm up to it? Because every time that they put ads in fights, it makes me warm up to it less. It makes me more go, dang, I don't like that. Second and third can interrupt him if you're at the right distance. Okay, but in general, the answer is no. If you're playing it safe and would not like to lose your run, the answer is just dodge the second.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. Good enough timing. Good enough timing. This load screen isn't super long, but it's long enough for a quick hydrate. Dodging it is fine. Okay. The difference between all bosses and all memories, isn't it the same? All bosses is all bosses and mini bosses. All memories is only the bosses that give memories, the major bosses, if you will. Colloquially, we say all bosses to mean all bosses and mini bosses, but the official category name, I believe, is all bosses and mini bosses to make it super clear. Soko no Gojin. Please. No! Why did you get stuck? God damn it. I didn't know which way to go because he was in exactly the only worst possible position. Oh, man. Are mods to speed up load screens allowed? No. I mean, I'm not sure we would check that, but no, I would say no. They're almost certainly that would potentially affect other aspects of the game. It spent less time loading, so it also causes your character to spawn in with slightly more momentum, because that is just a thing that happens sometimes. where you can start moving faster. Like, that's... It would just be too big of a can of worms to open. If it was a nice mod and it worked well and we all agreed and we were like, wow, that's a really good mod. All it does is increase the load speed. Then you could basically ask to have it implemented officially in Live Split, but we don't want anything outside of Live Split that runners would feel the need to have to go and find and download and install on their own. You know? But yeah. In general, no mods of any kind outside of Live Split. We want everyone being on the same playing field. He says Spanish is the fastest dialogue language. I don't think he actually says that. Well, he may say that jokingly. Every language except for English and Italian are all the fastest languages. English and one other language are the only two where Kuro coughs for too long, so you lose time. Every other language is speedrun viable. Not the dashing grab. Even I'm so unlucky. I should learn how to cough in Japanese. Yeah, it's faster. So make sure you learn that. Yeah, I guess it's the one time in the entire game where you're not in a conversation, but somebody says a voice line that while the game is not like actively moving on. Like, obviously, bosses will say voice lines as you're fighting them, but the boss doesn't wait to start attacking until the voice line. They just say it while they're attacking. It's the one time where there's a voice line that happens, but the game will not move on until after the voice line has finished playing. Isn't Spanish the fastest language? Some obscure runner who goes by Lilium has fought endless crusades to inform the masses of this. Who is this Lilium? The boss can definitely meme its own logic due to dialogue. Really? I've never heard of this. So, is there, like, a language that's most likely to cause Gyobu to T-pose? Anytime a boss does any talking, they have a chance of instantly restarting their current attack combo. Huh? Really? I've never heard of that. Think Holm is memeing? Holm would never meme. Wouldn't really notice in speedruns much, I guess. I mean, I have seen bosses absolutely just restart their combo for no reason, but... Is that why... Probably not. I wonder if that's why some of the silliness with inner bosses happen. I don't feel like inner bosses usually have much dialogue, though. But, like, all of the inner bosses have some shenanigans they can do. Also in Elden Ring, Morgott combo restarts. I thought that was just how Morgott works. He just always instantly does his combo, then does it again, then does it a third time, and you don't get a punish window. Because that's just how Morgott works. Why am I so unlucky? Please stop doing that. Dialogue meme is so rare, though. There's also have combat restarts. Also have a lot of other bad stuff. An owl triple shuriken is a dialogue combo restart, for example. Oh, that's what the... Oh. Interesting. Aren't virtual world record runs with Japanese though? No. I mean, there's just a whole spattering of different languages. I mean, if Worm runs in Japanese, then maybe, you know, almost all are in Japanese just because Wormdog runs in that language, but that's because of Wormdog. Wonder why dialogue would affect the AI. Yeah, that seems strange to me. Orin is the most notorious one because she talks the longest at the start of both phases. So many combo restart memes. Okay. I was not aware of that. It is really weird that the inner bosses have so many extra problems that the regular versions don't. Because, like, you'd think they would just keep their AI for everything and then just add in the new move they can do. But sometimes they just act totally different. It's not weird at all. I assume it got rushed. I mean, if it got rushed, would it not... Would you not do exactly what I said? And just reuse pretty much the entire AI? Take it. Iteration phase 1 is the worst fight in the game. Iteration, yeah, Iteration phase 1, it's not good. It is a kind of a what were they thinking? It is how did this make it past quality control? AI goal lifetimes. Don't really know much about it. It might not be related at all. Huh. We'll rush it because I wanted to get straight to work on Sekiro 2. Heck yeah. FromSoft do any QA testing? Well, maybe. Well, now that I have you here, Wormdog, I have an important question. One that may determine the fate of Sekiro speedrunning for the foreseeable future. Are there any records that, like, you have that are easy to beat that you don't really want and you'd be okay with someone taking your record for a little bit before you take it back? Or, like, do you want to keep them all forever? Any records I could borrow for a bit? IS no air swim is pretty bad. Okay, okay. I have learned that run before. I am a former world record holder. Asking for a friend. Was just thinking if I wanted to possibly world record grind in the future. I was like, I gotta pick something that Wormdog isn't gonna, like, immediately be like, no, that's mine, and come in and stop me from getting, because I'm like, I don't know that I can compete. I'm gonna be easily baited into playing categories when they're talked about. I see, I see. I see. The dilemma. I gotta wait until you next get into another game that you really like. Maybe I can sneak it while you're still playing RE9. Who knows? You think this 2759 can be beaten fast or be a record for a long time? I don't know. It's hard to say because it's a really, really good record, but it could be beaten with current strats and knowledge. So I think either could happen. I think somebody could beat it tomorrow who's been grinding and grinding and grinding. Or I think it could last for a very long time because it is a strong record that would be very hard to beat. PS1 today, so you have some time. Ooh. Ooh. Stop doing the lunging grab. Or the walking grab. Or whatever. Stop doing the elbow drop. Can you be normal for one attempt? Just will never be normal. Maybe that's why all the good runners swapped over to the other weird strat. Because you don't have to deal with how awkward it is when he does a walking grab. No! Jumped just too early. Do speedrun moderators really watch every run start to finish? Sounds like way too much work. Generally, yeah. If it's like not a good time at all, you can just check for like the most important things, and you don't really have to sit through like every single second of it. But for top times, absolutely, we watch through generally the whole thing. And yes, it does take a while. That's why we have a bunch of volunteer moderators to help with that. Or volunteer verifiers, also moderators. Can you become a volunteer verifier? As you currently are, probably not. If you speedran, talked in the Discord, became a, member of the community that's obviously very interested in Sekiro speedrunning, and clearly knows all the rules because you have done your own runs and gotten your own runs verified, then yeah, absolutely. But having done speedruns, I would say, is a very bare minimum to being a verifier. Is that supposed to mean? I mean, you said your PB was 40 hours, so obviously you've learned one category, but what about the other categories? Yeah, I mean, it is something that we're, kind of always in need of, is more volunteers. The general cycle is one person will volunteer, and they'll just, like, verify everything for a while, because they're just, like, they volunteered because they really wanted to do it. And then they'll get a little bored of doing every run, and it'll go back to more of, like, a, people kind of spread it around. And then they'll get really bored, and then home will do it all. We all dump the work onto home. Sekiro casual %. Home is a verifier? Worse, a moderator. Worse, a super moderator. Playing for a while now, pretending to do stuff. Heck yeah. Super moderator? Yep. Moderators are like part of the committee. Super moderators are like the head of the committee. The people that can actually, like, implement the changes. The people that can push the button saying change the rules. Moderators can suggest changes. Super moderators can enact changes. Yeah, that did not make it. I think that was what Ramon was calling an edge jump. It's like almost a delayed jump, but not. Holm is just that guy. Is double wall skip now meta for sub 29? You mean double canyon skip? Yeah. I think every sub 29 run ever has done double canyon. Not every run ever, sorry. Every PB run on the leaderboard that is sub 29, I believe, has done double canyon. Wormdog and Holm and Yuruka have probably at some point done a run that ended up sub 29 where they didn't do double canyon. This is so risky. Yep. Is there any sub 29 runs without double canyon? I mean, you can look on speedrun.com and see there's like 20 or so runs. 25 runs or something that are... Or 25 players, I think, that have a sub 29. But... as far as, like, has there ever been a run that was sub 29 without double canyon? You'd have to specifically ask people. You'd have to be like, hey, Wormdog, have you ever done a sub 29 without double canyon? It's definitely worth it for sub 29. It definitely is. Oh, thanks for the good luck, Ramon. First sub 29 was with missed double canyon. Yuru had a 28-30 something with missed double canyon as well. Oh, well, there you go. Have many without double canyon. Holy. Get back here. Yeah, not a great ogre. How does 1.04 differ from 1.06 for speedruns? It basically doesn't. There's 2 relevant changes, and neither of them make any significant difference. How did that not make it? I was so sure that would make it. Dang it. When you are leveling up your attack power, the bottom option will be leveling up your attack power on 1.04. Whereas leveling up your attack power will be the second from the bottom option on 1.06, because there will be the refights on 1.06. So it's 1 extra input. It's just up instead of up whenever you're leveling your attack power. And the other relevant change is on 1.04. If you are sitting in an idle and an enemy is nearby, it will force you off of the idle. And on 1.06, you keep sitting at the idle. Until they, like, hit you. So, for speed, sometimes on 1.04, you can aggro an enemy to keep them close enough that it will basically kick you off the idle as soon as you pick it up. That one can be a little relevant. That can be like a half a second to 1 second time save, something like that. I think it's a full 1 second, actually. I think it's a 1 second time save every time you can do that in a run. However, I believe 1.06 also had just like the tiniest better buffer for inputs on Kuro's door and maybe some other text boxes. Where I remember every time I go back to 1.04, because I'm like, I'm gonna do it for... It's technically slightly faster. This door ends up being a menace. Just preference, basically. Yeah, 1.04 is always going to be, like, barely faster, but it's by, like, less than a second overall for the run or something. I think unless you're doing all bosses, then I think there's enough, like, attack power level ups and things like that, that I think 1.04... is reasonably faster, like 2 seconds or something. But I don't remember. The whole top 10 is actually Yuruka. Yep. Yuruka just with every top time. Somebody's got to challenge the dominance. There we go. Okay, solid. What's my favorite shinobi tool to use in a normal playthrough? I usually don't use them in a normal playthrough. But the one I tried to make the most use out of, and it didn't work at all, it was really bad, was the axe. Just because I like the big smack. I know it can be like powerful if you do like the fire version, but I was trying to just use the regular version. Okay, I'll take a second try. Ow. Bit of an over-rotation. Ooh, why are you being weird? I didn't know he had hyper armor during that move.
Good luck, Nick.
Thank you for the good luck. Give me the death blow! I think we're gonna be way in the red, but... Well, if somebody else got a 27, crazy little time he loses on every segment. Yeah. The 7, he would have to finish a run. You miscounted? There's no hyper armor there. I mean, I wasn't counting. It just was like, I've hit him so many times. He's got a stagger now. I mean, I guess not. How is that still like a kind of okay Gyobu? I mean, not kind of okay at all for, you know, someone really going for a top time, but like, how is that not a forced reset for me? Okay, sure. All right. Good phase 2 is huge. Yeah, the phase 2 was really good. Yeah. The phase 2 was like gold worthy. Second place spot may change hands soon, though. Oh, ho, ho.
Let's engage.
I don't know why I tried to do the thing that I don't know how to do. The, like, jump up sideways thing. I never do that on that one. But it should be faster if I did it. Yeah. Not good attacks. All took you longer than Gyobu? Not surprising. All right. Bad menuing. Unlucky. Double unlucky. Oh, okay. Ah, that was horrible. Unlucky that he ran, but then my fault for missing. Now, obviously, I'll get second place. Obviously. All I need to do is learn like 20 more strats I don't currently do and become faster at like every single section by 2 seconds somehow. In addition to the new strats. It'll totally happen. I think 7-hit Gyobu opening would help a lot. IMO makes almost every Gyobu phase 1 decent. Yeah, that's probably a good next thing to learn. It's really only necessary specifically for if he does the single slam into the single slam, but in that case it helps so much. Makes it so you don't have to get a headshot in order to salvage it. Doing the new Gyobu strat, and it has an amazing ceiling. Probably reset like 75% of your runs there. But are you resetting because it's not good enough, or because it... Oh, you do it and it doesn't work and the whole run is, you know... When it doesn't work, are you losing 10 seconds, or are you just not gaining the seconds that you could? Most times you lose 10 seconds. Okay, that is not great, I will say. I could maybe be down to learn that at some point. I don't know. I've been given permission to try to get Immortal Severance no air swim, so that might have to be my next goal after 29:15. I've been blessed with permission from the worm dog himself. Range? Worm says the ice no air swim record is bad. It's because it's the only mistake is that he didn't have double death blow on Ishin. But I don't want to do double death blow. You're telling me the only way to get the record is to get the I hate double death blow. Why did we allow double death blow outside of unrestricted? Why did we do this to ourselves? All the glitchless runners thought it was fine. Those darn glitchless runners. Have we figured out that I'm dumb and it is actually just a frame perfect input? Because I swear through all my testing, even frame perfect inputs just were not consistent at all. Is it just a frame perfect input? Because, like, a frame perfect input isn't that bad as long as it always works. Any difference between running straight to Gobu? And the way you run to the fence. The way I run gets him slightly closer to the stairs to start the fight. But you end up first contacting him slightly later. So it loses time to save distance, which theoretically is the same thing. So it should work out almost exactly the same. I don't know, I just copied, I think Yuruka was doing that, so I just copied it and said, it'll probably be faster. It's a frame perfect input with no real frame of reference for when you need to press. But if you press the right frame, it does just always work. It just works. Perfect, Ogre. Testing seem to indicate that, but I can't promise anything. Okay. Fine. You bought very helpful. You're welcome. Yo, what up, terminally well? It is, yeah, 5:22 a.m. Oh, the Kuro turn. Left side, faster path, easier to 7-hit, further from fog, less slopes. Right side, slower path, hard to 7-hit, closer to fog, more slopes. So do you go right side for the more slopes for more headshots? Is that why people go right side? Yeah. Oh. I see. So since I'm not really getting headshots, I should probably go left side. Already recovered from Archie? Yeah, I just slept it off. Just had a good sleep about it. I think it's fine both ways. Okay. I mean, surely I get another good run tonight. I feel like I've just been grinding bad ogre luck all of tonight and failed double canyons. You take stimulants before you speedrun, or is that considered doping? I don't think we have any rules against it. Am I playing on PC? Yes. It's back and forth a few times. The new strat only really works on right side. Gotcha. Our YouTube documentary on the speedrun doping scandal. Yep. Wonder why that didn't give me a forward jump. Whatever. I play Elden Ring, yes. Quite a lot. Works. Yeah, not the best, but it's all right. Caffeinated, cheating. Remove home from the leaderboards immediately. What part of the game you think you can be like new path or way to discover to do it faster? What part can we make better to have a big time save? I don't know. I mean, in glitchless categories, I don't think there's huge time save left to be found. I do think there is a lot of little time save left to be found in glitchless, Shura. But I don't think there is like a giant time save left to be found. I don't think there is like a 10 plus second time save that we have not found yet in Shura glitchless. Could be wrong. As far as glitched categories, the main thing that I think... What do I think could be found that feels slow currently? I mean, a faster version of Jimmy Skip would be huge for unrestricted. Or one that doesn't require a wrong warp so that you could force restricted players to have to do it. Should be a way to save one hit on Ape Phase 1, but that would save less than 1 second. Yeah. Rate 1 to 10 for this game and compare Elden Ring. Well, this game's a 10 out of 10. This game's the best game ever made. Elden Ring, 9.5 out of 10. Masterpiece, great game. But it's no Sekiro. Kanagi, 11 out of 10. True. Just takes out all the unnecessary running and collecting. Not gonna stagger. He's not gonna stagger. He's not gonna stagger. No, he didn't stagger. Why does he not stagger? Home, why doesn't he stagger there? What am I doing wrong? I mean, I knew he wouldn't, but I'm just praying that he doesn't do the instant grab. But he's always gonna do the instant grab. Seattle might get their basketball team back. Heck yeah. Mango juice. Yep. MJ. Mango juice. The mango juice gauntlet. You gotta try a bunch of different mango juices. And live to tell the tale. Because he's a stupid meanie. Oh, thanks. Now, I think it's because when I'm dodging his lunging grab there... I think he's still in hyper armor on my... as I'm hitting him. Because I dodge and immediately hit. I think the stagger is getting eaten while he's still standing up from the lunging grab. So I think I'm getting the stagger too early, and so it's canceling it, basically. Whenever he's on the ground, he's not building up stagger. He's not building up any stagger. Okay. Yeah. Because if I wait slightly, then when he gets up from the grab, I can then stagger him. But it feels bad to wait. But maybe that's better than losing the run by getting grabbed. If he goes on the ground, you generally only get one stagger in the fight. Yeah. It's just such an awkward timing then when he goes for the insta grab. It's just not at a timing where you can just dodge it. You have to like not attack and wait, so it just loses so much time. Wow, posting they frog. But why is it not in a car and spinning? That's my frog.
Let's engage.
I got stuck on his leg. I think I was just like a little tiny bit slow on the first attack, so I was less around into my attack, less movement into my attack than usual, but you can still make it around as long as you go a little more around him on the third hit. But I did not let myself get stuck. Why is Ogre being such a menace today? Never reset so much to Ogre in my life. Except for when I was skipping him. Then you reset even more. Surprised there are no frogs in this game. Does Japan have frogs natively? And got tons of frogs. Oh. Well, then it is surprising. So shocked because they also have it a lot in their culture. Ogre decides whether you will continue Sekiro on your first playthrough or not. Kinda true. It is probably the single biggest point where people quit the game. I guess it's not that awkward of a timing. I can actually dodge like that. I guess that's what I have to do. If I get that particular set of RNG. Okay. No! 1 frame too early on the wall jump, so I bonked my head. Aw, we had so much distance. We cleared that easy. Oh. Contemplating quitting heavily on first drunkard. It was like, am I playing Sekiro or Dark Souls 2? Yeah. I like the enemies, like, on the way to the drunkard, but not the enemies around the drunkard. Once you get to what feels like the boss arena, I want it to be more clear of enemies. But it is kind of neat that you can have the samurai that you can talk to and it'll help you fight. The one kind of summon in the game. Set up 1 frame too early and bonked my head. Yep. Can run and kill all the enemies and reset the drunkard's attention. You can. It's just a little annoying to do. Especially if you're bad at the drunkard fight, which you will be when you start playing. And you have to do it multiple times. It's very time consuming. So. I don't think it's the worst thing ever, but I think it is worse than it could be.
Let's engage.
It's just not fun, yeah. Whoa! Okay, camera. The camera was the true boss there. What the heck was that? Hate when he does the walking grab. Guess it's not that bad though. Really? Thought I had the timing. Drunkard can sometimes be annoying because of his delay attacks. You get ready for the delay attack, and then there comes a quick one. I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever had that problem with Drunkard. I mean, some of his attacks are very quick, but like, I don't think I've ever gotten hit by his quick attack because I'm waiting for his slower attacks. I feel like his slower attacks are just very reactable. Like he'll just like, but it's at like a reasonable pace. Like, I feel like sometimes I get hit by his quick like slap, but only just because I feel like it's quick, not because I'm like, it's the delayed attack's fault. Yeah, if you do want to do archipelagos, there is a whole Discord where you can just do it with strangers. You can just do random archipelagos. You can also, not that I would necessarily recommend this, but you can do solo archipelagos where you play all the different games. It's not, you know, quite the same as waiting for other people, but still a lot of fun. Impossible to be BK'd because you can just swap to the game that can get you the item that you need. Happy Sunday! Play Archie with Unfair Flips. Unfair Flips is a goated archipelago game, not gonna lie. Ah. Today, but you want to increase stats. Let's go. And make me do a flip. Do a solo archipelago between DS1, 2, 3, and Elden Ring. Well, you'll have to wait probably 6 months to a year for Elden Ring, but 1, 2, and 3 you can do, I believe. You know, it kind of seems like, I don't know. I'm not like running out of steam. Like I feel like I'm doing that badly, but like we just can't get a run started tonight. Like it has actually just been hours of just, we cannot get through Double Canyon. And then when we do, we just get immediately trolled by Yobu. It's been so bad. And then we finally got through Yobu and then Bull trolled. It's been so long since we got a run started. I mean, I don't feel like I'm playing badly, but like I just can't, I can't get a run started. It just won't let me. Horrible start. Sekiro early game is pretty reset dense. Yeah, but I mean, usually we get a good number of runs through every night, but tonight it has just been particularly bad.
Let's engage.
Like, if I had not just continued that one run, despite it being dead several times over, we would have 0 finished runs tonight. It is unheard of. Or no, 2. We actually have 2. Never mind. We have the one that died to Ape, and then the one that I continued despite it being way behind. How much time does Double Canyon save? About 7 seconds. Okay, good ogre. Brother. 7 seconds do be a lot, yeah. I mean, we can very easily PB without it, potentially, but 7 seconds is just too good to pass up. Hey, good morning. Or your other time saves? Kind of everywhere. Nice. Good enough. The forward wall jumps there are always a little tricky. Yeah, okay, yeah. I kind of knew that was gonna happen, especially once the third hit missed. I was supposed to be looking down this whole time. Kuro's gonna turn and I'm gonna reset. Oh, or not. Works. Maybe we just have a blessed run. Better to be lucky than to actually remember the strategy I was supposed to do. Luck greater than skill, like in everything in life. So true. Just always be lucky.
Russian glitch.
Okay, camera almost was weird again there. We ditch double canyon for one run just so I get your game sense back. But I'm just gonna hit it this next time. I'm simply going to hit the double canyon. Ah, unlucky. Yep, double unlucky. This mother. That's the only luck from him that you just can't deal with. You actually, there's nothing you can do. Well, there is something you can do. You can lose a ton of time and just wait out the grab. But otherwise, if you're trying to be fast, the only thing you can do is get grabbed and reset. Yo, Macho Planet, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Now Kuro's just turning. Never mind. Let's just go to bed. Let's just go to bed. This is just silly. This is just silly. Like, it's just every single thing is as unlucky as possible tonight. Like, we had one attempt where we didn't get hard trolled by the luck, and I messed up the ape. And since then, we have not gotten one shred of good luck in the entire night. Not one shred. So it's just not the night. This has just been the most disappointing night of runs. Like, I don't get it. It was just not a single thing would go my way. Not once. Also, OBS is still crashing. If you all were wondering, OBS has still crashed. I haven't clicked on the crash report yet to have it actually crash, but OBS has been crashed this whole time. I wonder if somehow that affected Sekiro. Unlikely, but let's raid. How about Banjo? Somehow we've stayed up enough that Banjo is on, who I feel like I rarely get to raid. But he's playing Resident Evil 9, Resident Evil Requiem, going for the Platinum trophy over there. Fun game, that RE9. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening. Wherever in the world you all happen to be, and I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.